don't know if anybody's there or not. Hello all. Just to kick off nicely, special little note to the motherfucker that decided to come to my house, our property, and rob from me. Decided to go into our vehicle, the car, steal the MP4, steal my tablet, leave my fucking wallet strewn all over the place, come into my shed, smash my door. To that little fucker, I'll be here next time, mate. I'll be here next time. The camera will be here next time. The dog will be here next time. The gun will be here next time. You come onto this property again, I will fucking shoot you. Flat out. I don't give a fuck who you are. You don't come onto private property and steal from your fellow man, mate. It's lower than low. You're a scumbag. On a lighter note, hi everybody, how are you all? Motherfuckers.
Mo.
Hey, hey.
What's happening? Where's Tony and Colin then? Colin wants a word with me or something?
I know, I only just started this up about 3 minutes ago, man.
Alright, go on, let me drop out and see what he's saying. Go on, I'll be back in a minute, Mark, anyway.
Yeah.
Right, Mark.
Yeah, Tony. Sorry, yeah, Cole.
Colin,
Just trying to.
Colin, go on, mate.
What's your fucking problem, boy?
Well, listen, what are you talking to me like that for a start?
Because listen, right? I don't know what your problem is, right?
Well, my problem is you fucking getting paedophiles off the hook, you fucking silly cunt. That's my problem,
right?
you fucking Roggan. You and Tony helping paedophiles escape liability. That's my fucking problem, you Roggan.
Right. Let's get this straight, all right? If you watch my video, right, the geezer came to my house. I never knew fuck all about this, right? He came to my house and said, Cole, can you help me out? I'm being fucking bullied by my neighbours and all the rest of it. The old Bill wrestling me and all that sort of shit, right? So I said, yeah, I'd help you out, right? I never knew fuck all what was what, out was out, right?
Is that about Mark?
So who did you go to for help then, Colin?
Right, he mugged us all. He mugged everyone that was on the fucking that fucking.
Cole, listen. You're taking it wrong. That video ain't directed to you. I know I mentioned your name in it, yeah. But listen, it's directed to Tony. If Tony wants to put out there information that I'm doing deals with the government to like get off with my shit, then believe me, I'm gonna fucking hot Tony up as well. And if you're in the middle of it, Colin, then fucking hell, that's your problem, mate. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing something, yeah. I'm doing something that I can genuinely have a good result on. I'm not going to have some fucking silly mug like Tony with a fucking nose ring telling me that I'm doing fucking shit with the government. And you as well, Colin. Last night in that hangar, when I jumped in that hangar, I heard you saying, "Oh yeah," and Teacup was mugging that bird off, and then Tony started going, "Shh, he's here." So listen, now let me finish. Why didn't you say nothing to Teacup when you thought he was having it with that bird? Why didn't you say nothing to him, Colin?
Hold on, I'll explain that, right? I was on the fucking phone, right, talking to my daughter, right? I heard what Teacup, because I had it on Skype, right? But the other thing was going on in the background. But I heard what that Teacup was saying to fucking that bird, right? And I thought it was bang out of order, right? I even told him that last night. I ain't got a problem with him per se, like I told him last night, right? The only thing I said was what he said to that woman, right? We're talking about facts and everything else here, right? What he said to that woman was fucking bang out of order. And
what did he say to her? What did he say?
He started fucking giving a roaster, basically calling her fucking Hitler and all the rest of it, right? And all she was saying, oh, I've had enough of it, basically, and I want to go off grid. Then he started fucking really giving her a load of bollocks about how she's had money, she's done this, she's done that, got fucking taxes and all the, like, really fucking, and the poor cow couldn't even fucking like open her mouth, you know what I mean? This is an old lady you're talking about here, Bob. You ain't talking about some silly little bird. You're talking about an old lady, right? And all I said was, you know what I mean, that was out of order. What you heard and what you never fucking heard, right, I don't understand at all, because it was nothing to do with me. The row was nothing to do with me. What was going on with you and Tony was nothing to do with me.
All right, well, Cole, look, to be honest with you, you know what I mean, I do get your point about, you know what I mean, me mentioning your name, but that video weren't intended to stay up there. I'll delete it in a minute anyway, but it's just, you know what I mean, I'm not having Tony saying shit like that about me, Cole.
Well, that's the thing, you got to fucking have it out with Tony, haven't you? Because that's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, go on, all right,
I do take exception to that, what you said about the fucking Peter, because this geezer, right, he didn't just mug me, right? He mugged about fucking 50 people, right? Because everyone was fucking chipping in and helping him out. Yeah, I went to court with him. Yeah, I fucking got the old bill off his back. Yeah, I got him off the silly little charges that he was on, right? Because I believed what the man was telling me, right? And I would have still been believing it today, Bob, if he hadn't made that video. He made a video basically saying all that we stand for, all the things that we've done, we're all a bunch of cunts and all the rest of it. So I thought to myself, oh, hold on here, right? I've just fucking spent fucking a month getting this geezer off the hook, right? And now he's calling me a cunt. So that's why I went and spoke to the fucking. I thought to myself, well, I better go and I'm going to go and see the neighbours. See, because I've got another one to speak to as well, the one that ran away, the neighbour that fucking packed up their house and left it. You know what I mean? And that's what the coup was with that, right? But as for anything else, it's nothing to do with me whatsoever. Whatever you and Tony argue, Tony's a grown man, right? You're a grown man.
It's just Cole, yeah. All right, go on, look, go on. I get your point, man. But fucking, all right, sweet, go on. All right, I'm gonna shoot off anyway, man. But sweet, go on. I'll sort it out. I'll do another video. You know what I mean? It's sweet anyway. All right, cool.
Right. As long as we know where we're at, yeah?
Yeah, cool. As long as you know, that, you know what I mean? It's Tony I've got the problem with, you know what I mean? Tony's sitting there in that fucking chat room saying, oh yeah, Colin wants to work with you, all this and that. I'm not going to have all that, Cole. I'm not going to have all that, you know what I mean? I'm doing something, yeah? Just because Tony or you don't agree with Teacup or whatever, then you know what I mean? What do you want me to do about it?
Listen, what did I, listen, did I have a problem, right? I was speaking yesterday, right? I was speaking to all three of you, right? And he turned around and said, look, this is where you've gone wrong, blah, blah. Was I taking it in?
Yeah?
Was I taking it in or what? Did I say thank you? Right?
I don't know when you're talking about, to the truth, Colbert.
Yes, you did, Colin.
Did I not say that to him yesterday? Teacup.
I don't know if he's got a mic.
When we was on the fucking hangout yesterday, we was talking
yesterday,
about...
Sorry, Colin, yesterday Teacup was giving you some advice and you were thanking him for it and you weren't unpleasant or anything. There was no issue. We're all getting along fine.
All right, well, it's cross wires then. That's all it's a case of then, isn't it, man?
You know, that was right at the start of yesterday, Bob. You weren't there then.
Yeah, you know, it's just cross wires. All right, Carl, listen. You know what I mean? Sorry for putting your name in that vid, but you know what I mean? Go on, I'll sort that out, man. I just ain't having Tony, you know what I mean, telling people that I'm fucking taking deals with the government and all that, just because he don't like what I'm saying or whatnot. I don't know what to do. Cole's problem, Tony's problem was with Teacup, and if you scroll through the chat, you'll see that Tony has just fucking started on me because, like, you know, he just all of a sudden turns on me like the cunt he is. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go anyway, man.
Yeah, that's the thing you're gonna have to sort out with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool. You know? All right, cool.
All right, be lucky.
Fucking burglars, man! I fucking hate the cunts.
I heard. What's going on?
Oh, I think it was actually 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago was really fucking windy and stormy. You know, the trees, branches were breaking all over the place, and you know, I thought nothing of it. And I didn't come out to the shed yesterday at all. I stayed inside. And then the missus, remember yesterday I had to shoot off and take Leah around to her mum's place, drive around. And it was when I got in the car then, my wallet was open and was on the passenger seat. And I remembered having to get something out of it a couple of days beforehand, so I just thought that was how I'd left it. But then... yesterday the wife come, she drove herself back, parked the car and locked it up, and because it was locked I had to come out with the keys, and when I come out with the keys I noticed that the MP4 that I had in its cradle was missing, my 9-inch tablet that I had velcroed onto my what do you call it, the wiper blade, the sun visor, they'd gone missing, and that my wallet was strewn everywhere. Then I come out to the fucking shed and I see one of my locked rooms fucking swinging open. Some cunts put a J-bar in it and fucked the whole lock up.
All right. Mark, I'll be back in a minute, all right, mate? I've just got to sort something out. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no, do that.
All right,
Hey,
mate.
Michael, in. Yeah. Michael, in.
Yes, good afternoon. That's horrible. I'm in shock for you.
Ah, motherfuckers, eh? It's because we don't have a dog anymore. Just a minute, I'm being yelled at. Just one moment. You yelling at me? What? Okay, back in a second, guys. Yeah.
Hello?
I'm going to put my ears in. I can't.
Do you hear me?
I can now.
Do you hear me?
Yes, who's this? Can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Who is that? Is that you, DJ? Nope, I guess not.
I thought I'd come on and stop leaving you lying there in the wilderness. Just for a
Good
minute.
afternoon, James. How are you? We're waiting for Mark to get back. He got called away.
Nah, not bad. How are you? Fine. No, fine, thanks. I know they all disappeared. What's that all about?
For president would mean for other Republicans who have designed.
So how are you today? What's going on with you?
Yeah. Oh, what happened there? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something's happened here. Wait, I've got two windows open. That's what it was. Hey, aye, I'm fine. How are you doing?
Very good. Enjoying this cozy Sunday afternoon.
Cozy Sunday afternoon. I wish it was cozy Sunday afternoon here. It's freezing.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's actually chilly here. I made a fire. It is cold. Well, it's the dead of winter. What can we expect?
No. That's it, innit? People make up stuff and say, well, there's this big weather bomb and there's this thing. And they forget it's the middle of winter.
Yep,
What do you expect?
exactly. Poor James, he got robbed.
I heard that, right?
Somebody,
I just seen it the other night.
I can't believe it. The poor guy. Somebody broke into his car and then broke into his home. It's terrible.
Sad life. It's a sad life.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
The car is
I
one
suppose,
thing.
I suppose people don't look at it that way. It's a means of their life, the way of living.
I
Hi
think
guys.
so. How are you, dear? I guess some people get
Oh,
more desperate as the holidays go on.
fucking the December fucking rush for everybody drives me up the fucking wall, eh? Last full day of school, my last full day of freedom, I call it. My parole's over today because the kids come home, and I've got to go and take her fucking school book to her on her last day. For some fucked up reason, they need a school. They're not doing any schoolwork today, but she needs the school book. So I've just spent 20 minutes looking for it. I'm just going to shoot it down the road to the school, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes, guys.
Poor guy can't get a break.
Hey. I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll catch up with you soon. Nice to see you, James.
Right, Mark. He's always buzzing about, isn't he?
Poor guy.
Such is life.
That's pretty good. You can even hear the car. It's got some good sound.
Yeah. At least you know he's not lying.
Exactly. That's too funny. It always goes that way. Just as you're about to sit down and get something done, something else pops up.
Yeah.
Wonder where is everybody today? Is Five having a hangout today? Do you know?
I have no idea. He
Huh?
put one up earlier on, but he was just testing stuff out.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was trying to get the chat room thing sorted out. Now you get the chat room on the side.
Yep.
Uh,
It's
he's never been able to do that. I don't know why. So you can comment.
Well, I hope he has one tonight. I think it was working before. I think the other James helped him out to try to get that sorted.
Mm. He's a nice guy. He's an intelligent guy, you know.
Yep. I didn't realize he was from the States or is relocated to the States, I guess.
Oh, who are you talking about? James Cox?
Uh-huh.
He used to be living in England, and he went to America. In Yorkshire somewhere he used to stay.
Huh. Not too familiar with the area, but kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. I'm the same with America. Kind of, sort of.
Exactly. with a map. That and a little map, and I'm good. You always have to have a map.
There's that many states in America. You like Massachusetts, down south, and wherever, and you're like, don't know.
Well, those are all the coastal cities, starting from the top to the bottom. I have a brother in Boston. Then you go further down the coast is Pennsylvania. And then further down the coast is where James Cox is, and then further down is Florida.
Right.
And then you move west.
Florida's Florida's the bottom part.
Right. Florida's that long peninsula that sticks out.
Yeah. And you come up and you get Louisiana and stuff like that.
The Carolinas, Georgia.
Yeah.
Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York. Then you move up into New England, Connecticut.
Massive country. Absolutely massive.
Yes. Well, you know, I thought it was massive until they had the Sochi Olympics, and Russia has like 7 time zones. That's absurd. It's like 3 United States could fit in Russia.
Yeah.
Russia's massive. China's massive.
We have a total population.
No, I'm talking land mass.
Aye, but I'm saying compared to the actual land mass, it's the population's total.
Right. Oh.
America's, what is it, 300 million? Something like that. 300 million in America.
Yep, I think that's about right.
Yeah.
But we have a ton of unused land yet. I mean, there's plenty of space.
I know, and they keep saying there's too many people. What's that all about? God, you could fit the whole world into Australia.
Well, I think that's I know. I think that's just what they want you to think. You know what I mean? They want you to think that so they can continue doing whatever it is they're doing to try to lessen that number.
Yeah.
But you know, it's there's plenty of room for everybody. I just find it in this day and age to be outrageous that we have people that are starving. They're cold, they're hungry, and we're spending billions of dollars to go kill people in a war. I don't get it.
It's not. There was just a report out there on the Pentagon. They've wasted like 7 billion? No, 7 trillion.
Oh.
7 trillion dollars.
In the old days, in the really historic days of old, they would talk about leaders about how they brought prosperity and peace to the land. Well, we haven't seen that since 1776, for Christ's sakes.
No.
I mean,
It's continual war.
it's brutal. We have to stop electing idiots. We just have to stop this system. It's brutal. It's not working.
This is how the whole system survives. Its own war.
I know, and it's at a stage at this point, I don't even think it could be stopped or stop itself. Not that they would do that to themselves, but somebody's got to stop them, or we just got to walk away from it.
No, I'll just keep continuing constantly, unless something else happens. I don't know how to.
I can't imagine.
Changes,
I can't imagine what it's going to be like going forward for another 5 years. It's going to be ridiculous.
It's absolute madness.
I feel sorry for the kids coming up behind us.
Oh, I definitely. And most of them haven't. Well, even my generation. Well, below my generation, haven't got a clue. Haven't got half a clue what's going on. They just see it blindly and just go, oh, that's the way things are.
Well, I can see being blinded and being so busy in your day that you can't really see the forest for the trees, but to not be open. If, a friend came to you and say, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I found this information, what do you think? And then just have them go, crazy on you.
I know. That's why I speak to my family and stuff about it, but I think I'm nuts.
Well, I tell people all the time, it's my favorite line to use, is that these facts don't need your belief. And if everything you've been told is a lie, what does that mean about your beliefs?
Exactly.
Check your shit at the door.
Yeah. I've said to them, like, right, I'll show them this website and that website and look it up, and they still think I'm nuts. And it's there in factual stuff.
Yep, I did the same thing. A while ago, I dedicated my Facebook page into an alternative news source. And I told people, I don't care if you defriend me. I don't care what you do. This information has to get out there. I personally don't care whether you think I'm crazy or I'm not. But, once you know the information and you can walk away, okay. My job is to just lay it out there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they can believe it or not believe it. But when it's there in fact in black and white, and they still don't believe it, what more can you do?
Well, I try to make a date with them in the future to revisit the idea when it comes to fruition, and they're standing there looking like an idiot.
No.
I give them the opportunity to either that or I throw money on the table. I have a bet with a friend of mine. I told him if he just gave me an hour, and I showed him some information that he could not dispute or call a lie, I'd give him $1,000.
Yeah.
And he's working on it. So I always find throwing money at it. Hopefully one of these days I'm not going to get called on it.
I'm sure you'll win.
Once you get the money down. Well, this is about Michelle Obama being a transvestite. He can't handle the truth.
Oh, I've seen a lot of the videos. It's quite compelling, some of the evidence you've seen.
Well, I mean, the first time I saw her, at no time did I ever think that was a woman. I mean, that was like, what are they trying to do here? He's more effeminate than she is. Now, when you look at somebody like RuPaul, I had no idea that he was a he.
All right. Well, I did. Funny enough.
Did you? See, I couldn't.
But I didn't think Michelle Obama was.
Oh, Michelle Obama, you could tell even with a six-pack under your belt that you're not going home with this.
She's got bigger muscles than me. That would have been
Oh my Lord, she's bigger than he is. Yeah, they had a picture of her in some evening gown last night at some event, and I'm telling you, she had the worst hair I've ever seen in my life. It looked like a man in drag. I mean, it looked like she was not even trying. And I thought to myself, I can't wait till half of America wakes up and finds out how they've been duped. I'm going to laugh like hell. I keep telling all my...
Will it ever happen? That's the thing.
Oh, it will. You'll find out afterwards. You'll never see them again. You know, it's not like you see the Bushes and the Clintons. You'll never see them again. They'll hide them away into a closet, and that'll be that. You won't see the girls. You won't see the tranny. He'll be done and gone.
Is this his last year?
He's got about a year and a half left.
Was it a year?
2016. We get rid of his ass, only to get something worse. So there's no little rainbow over here. I can't imagine.
Michael, it's the same everywhere. Britain's the exact same. They just put in these puppets. They don't create any laws or create any whatever. They're told to on high what's going to happen, what they're going to do.
True, but it's they're still part of the process, and it's just unbelievable to think how things have come. I heard somebody comment or actually quote Billy Graham, where he said, if God doesn't place judgment on the United States, he better go apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right.
Because it is looking like Sodom and Gomorrah over here. The only thing we don't have is like the gold calf in the middle of the road. But we got everything else.
I'm not really a religious person. What is it? They turn everybody to, what is it, stone? Salt?
Yep. Lot's wife.
Right.
That's Lot's wife. I'm just now getting back into the Bible. I was researching UFOs, and you go where the information takes you. And the next thing you know, I'm looking up Bible verses, and holy Toledo, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
So it's all in there, but who writes it? No, I mean this is the thing.
Well, what they say, there he is.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hi.
How'd it go?
Only took me 15 minutes to get there and back, eh?
You did great. You did great.
You must have broke the speed limit.
What's that?
You must have broke the speed limit.
I just went from point A to point B and then back to point A again.
I know, you did that in like less than 15.
Yeah, no. Well, the school's only 3 minutes away.
Oh, there you go. You did good.
Yeah. But yeah, not bad. I've got my lock fucking working again. Little bastards, eh? They put a J-bar in between the lock and just wedged the door open and smashed it. Like I had one of these fucking combination locks on the door, eh? Meant nothing. Just straight in through the side. So I'm going to be putting welding plates down it. Extra bolts and padlocks on the fucking thing too. And I'm even considering welding the fucking hinges on. You know how they pop the pins up?
Yup.
Yeah, well, I'll weld the heads of the pins onto the fucking hinge, so they won't be able to pop that off in a hurry.
What did they get away with, Matt?
What was that?
What did they get away with?
Oh, nothing in the shed. They just broke the door. Had a nosy inside and then left. And
Because they didn't know what they were looking at.
Pardon?
Because they didn't know what they were looking at.
I think it was more what they were looking at wasn't what they wanted. Because, I mean, in the shed there's welders, there's petrol cans, there's chainsaws, there's tools galore. None of that was touched. All that was stolen was a touchscreen MP4 that I had in a cradle in my car, and my 9-inch tablet that I had velcroed to the window, to the sun visor of the car. So that's what they took, and they left my wallet open. But they didn't take any credit cards or anything out of the wallet, nothing. Just the two electronic things, broke my door and left. Perhaps they got startled. Who knows?
But, something they could sell fast.
Yeah, they're after a bit of quick cash because they could have taken a multitude of things. Even just a petrol container's got $20 worth of gas in it, you know. But they were after specific electronic things, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But what I just remembered, I have sitting up in a big box in the corner. It's an old Micron external alarm. So I'll mount that with the trigger switch on the door. So even if they do jimmy the door open again, it'll set off World War III and I'll wake up.
Either that or you get one that sounds like a barking Doberman Pinscher.
Well, I did have a bull mastiff.
A little motion detection, and you got some barking dogs.
You should get one of the things. See, one of the things they've got. You should get one of the things that they've got in Britain that is a noise thing. that teenagers fucking hate the noise of it. They can hear it. We can't. Older people can't hear it. But
okay.
Teenagers can hear it.
But what if it's an old robber?
No, right.
Yeah, you gotta get them all.
I mean, I can make a little shocker unit. I made one when I was 15, 16, like a camera flash unit. So that I had it rigged up in my old Mitsubishi Cordia I had back when I was 16, I think. And I got ordered by the police to take it off because I had it rigged up on my car like a camera flash. So if anybody tried to touch my car when I had it activated, they'd get about 3 amps shot through them, and then it would recharge. But yeah, the cops made me take it off because in case an old lady leaned against it and got an electric shock,
The casualty of war.
Yeah, and the dog didn't. Well, let's just say the dog only cocked his leg on it once.
And when he go back,
he yelped and he fucking left. So yeah, so I'm thinking of rigging something like that up, or you know, I've also got myself a CMOS camera, which I can rig up to a rotating fan that I've already got out there, and have that rigged up to a permanent record as well. So I'm ready for the fuckers next time. You know, or we could just pull out the big guns.
There you go.
Take care of that fucker that way.
Now you're talking. Lock and load, baby.
So I'm ready. I just wasn't expecting it. Yeah. I can just.
I know. I had
my ass off here. Yep.
I had a security company call and ask if I needed security, and I said, nope, I got 2 dogs. And they're like, well, you don't think they're going to help you, do you? And I said, nope, they're just there to bark, so I load the gun.
Yeah, that's just a stalling tactic.
Yep, I need a a 2 bark heads up.
Yep, that's all it takes.
Yep.
What's all that nonsense about in America? It's like you've got to lock your gun away. You've got to lock it away, and it's got to be secured. What's the point in having that? Even having a gun, if somebody comes in and breaks into your house, and you've got to go and find the gun.
It's their way of pretending to throw laws out there to protect children and everybody else in the house. You know, you've got knuckleheads that leave loaded guns around, and they have children. You know, I don't have to worry that somebody's going to grab my gun. So I could leave one loaded. You know, but I don't leave my guns loaded. My house is small enough. There's only one way to get in, and I got plenty of time to scramble. You know, it would be. But some people carry a freaking artillery. I mean, it's crazy. We have this Target Master. It's a gun range. It's where I go to. I'm going to so I can get my concealed carry license. I don't ever envision having to carry my gun unless I'm, say, camping. And I'm going to bring protection because I don't have the dogs or something. Yeah. But otherwise, it's to protect the castle. So they stay in the castle. I got the loaded shotgun at the front door and the little guy upstairs. And it's
God, you can't even have a pea shooter out here.
See, that's just devastating. I really see. They know in America they can't come for our guns. They can't get them. We won't let them have them. And it's just, it's out of head.
Long may that rain.
Absolutely. We'll go down fighting. You know, but they put the stupid UN in charge now. Who the fuck needs somebody to come in and tell you what your country needs to do? This guy's got to go. I can't believe he's still on the planet. But, the knucklehead coming in behind him will be doing the exact same thing. So what difference does it make? But it'll be a bloody battle. But
the UN wants all this. That's their plan. It's Agenda 21.
sure. Yep. Well,
The UN will.
I'm going down fighting. There'll be no mark of the beast for me. I'd rather be dead.
No chip.
No chip. I'd rather be dead.
That's it.
I'd rather stand on your feet than fucking live on your knees.
That's it.
They're bringing it in bit by bit because it's coming in like a cashless society. So everybody uses their credit card. They won't have any cash, and then eventually you need to put your thumbprint, your eye, rectal eye.
I will go live in the woods before I'd have to use that thumbprint.
Well, I mean, that's happening in India now, isn't it? The retinal scan. You have to make a retinal scan just to make a deposit. And I've noticed in the post office over here that they want photographic ID when you're dealing with any sort of postal stuff now. Well, the only photographic ID I have is a driver's license, which isn't mine, and I didn't create it. And so, shit out of luck. But I looked on the back of the paper, and it also said other types of things that are available that aren't photo ID, and they said that they were also being allowed. So I just whipped out another form of ID that was allowed, and she goes, "Oh, you can't use that." And I flipped over the paper, and I pointed to it, and said, "Are you sure?" And she goes, "Oh, no, that'll be fine, sir. Thank you." It's just
it's a totalitarian tiptoe towards getting what they want.
Yeah, but I will always look for the loop around it. I just look. Yep. You might want to live that way, but I don't. And the easiest trick I find, guys, is just to always bring them back to nature first, and just say, "Look, you're just a man or a woman like me, yeah."
Let me ask you this, Mark. I had I saw somebody said anytime you ever have to sign anything, if you put the letters VR in front of it, all rights reserved.
You can go VR or VC. VC is another one.
What does that stand for?
No contract. Or you can do the NA for non-assumpsit, because non-assumpsit means that no contract.
So do you do that you write those two letters prior to your signature?
What I usually do is I go PP prior to the signature, then I'll go VC, and then I'll do three dots in a triangular form. 3 dots means that you can add or subtract anything you wish from wherever that is at any later stage, because you're under duress or coercion when you were forced to sign it at the time. VC means basically it's Latin for no contract. I did look it up once. You just Google V.C, and right at the bottom of the page it tells you what it means.
So when you say if you were to go in and buy a car and you're going to put get a loan for it or whatever, that's where you would do that?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go and get a loan under credit.
Where would you do that?
Like if you're being told that you need to register something or that you have to sign up for something to get some benefit. But,
okay.
I mean, you're signing something where the capital I understand, blah, 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 right? So you're not the capital I. You're the lowercase I representing the capital I's, correct? So, so all you're just saying is by putting those the triangular dots in the VC, that's in their world. And you can go CF and confer to something that they might understand. Like you can bring up one of their acts, but you don't refer to one of their acts or legislature. You confer to one of their acts because it means that they can refer to that, but you're not necessarily bound by it. That's the difference between referring and conferring.
Wow.
It's all the little words, eh? Like of, the, the
it's
means.
brutal.
Like the word "the" means a portion of, correct?
Right.
So So when you're standing there on the stand and you swear to tell the whole truth and anything but the truth, get it? So you say you're
I'll
actually
take
saying,
half of it, and then I'll tell you the other half.
A portion of truth and nothing but a portion of the truth.
It's unbelievable. I'm really becoming a stickler of language these days and finding the origin of the meaning of language.
The
It really
of it.
is.
Yeah.
It's
And
astounding.
it's the littlest words that take position.
Mm-hmm.
That's the you're not in a court, you're at a courthouse.
Right.
On land. You're not in a country. If you're in a country, you're bound by what's governing that country.
Right.
Because to be in country, you're bound by what governs that thing. So it's just, he's just saying, do you believe I live in New Zealand? Put the onus back on the other man that's trying to say they've got authority. Where do you believe you derive your authority over I? Pretty simple question.
Is that one going to get you killed, though?
Hey?
Is that question going to get you killed, though?
Not in New Zealand, they don't have guns. That's why I can chase the policeman down the road and have them run over my foot while they try to run away from me. You know? That's how that shit happens.
New Zealand's
Well,
owned
do you feel
by
any?
the
Do you
British,
feel safer?
British Corporation, anyway.
Do you feel safer? Even the cops don't have guns. Does that make you feel safe? I mean,
you're less likely to be killed by a policeman. Put it that way. I mean, they do have the armed defenders squads, and if there's a firearm alert, then they'll shut down or cordon down an area, and the armed defenders are in, and they're all in their black fucking military style uniforms and doing their thing. The normal Joe Blog copper doesn't have weapons. I think they are allowed stun guns, and that's about it. There'll be an officer that holds the stun gun that gets drawn into it if required, sort of jazz. It's that
I thought the New Zealand police had all guns.
They don't carry them.
No.
That's only when they're called for. So they'll have them locked up in a vehicle, or they'll have them, they have to have authority to use them. It's like
Is that Australia? I'm thinking about then.
There was one thing on the motorway where some robber had taken off down, and there was a big police chase, and the cops ended up shooting a bystander that was in a vehicle because he got caught in the crossfire, and the cops shot the courier driver instead. And there was a big song and dance about why cops shouldn't have the firearms then, because accidents happen, innocent people get killed. Under no circumstances had the guy that they were chasing caused a murder or a death of anybody, so lethal force wasn't warranted. So
there's Australian cops. Are they all armed?
I missed the first bit of that, James.
Are the Australian cops? Are they all armed?
I think they are. I don't know. I've never been to Australia. I've never left New Zealand. I don't see the point in wanting to go anywhere else because New Zealand's pretty cool as far as scenery. I mean, I've been right around New Zealand twice, seen all the sights and done the bungee jumps and all that sort of shit. Right to the top and right to the bottom. I haven't been to Stewart Island, but I've been right to Bluff and right up to Kaitaia. So I've seen there's a lot of New Zealanders that want to go overseas for their OE, and then they never even see their own bloody country. It's a beautiful place.
Lord of the Rings was shot there, wasn't it? New Zealand.
Yeah. Oh, that's where Peter's from. Where the workshop and all that sort of jazz. Even that's gone a bit fucking weird. You look at all the parables with Lord of the Rings and any other fucking. Look how we're controlling you, Iron Sauron type fucking shit.
My precious.
Yes. It's all just power and games. Analogies between them, even with that, or what are the other ones? I don't know. Alice in Wonderland's a good one. Dorothy. Oh, you ain't to Kansas no more.
I'm trying to think of that one story. What about the Thornbirds? Remember the Thornbirds? That was Androgita.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that was a great movie. When that movie came on in the United States, I can tell you exactly where I was. It was like the O.J. shooting. I was doing middle shift, and every TV in the hospital was turned on to the Thornbirds when it came on. It was It was crazy, but it was a great story. And I remember one time starting to read the book, and it was so boring I couldn't even go further. But stuck in the movie I was.
I never watched it. Never seen it.
That's a pretty harsh country between sheep shearing and what was it, cane sugar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking hard. But yeah, I mean, they've brought out so many things. It's funny, just the parables. And people don't realise until you point it out to them. You know, the especially with like the follow the yellow brick road. You know, if you want to go chasing money or if you want to go chasing love, it's the emerald path. You know, to the Emerald City, or the Ruby Road. But yeah, the yellow brick road with the straw man. We all know who the straw man is. The tax identification number. In other words, the tin man, the lion, which is you with no courage. You know, Toto.
I think it was
Toto
Ben Still. Ben Still done a brilliant documentary on that.
Hmm?
Is it Ben Still or is it something Still? What's his name?
I watched a few of Kate of Gaia's perceptions of that one, which were quite bang on. But I mean, she goes into the meanings of the words like life and gift, like the word gift meaning gamete interfallopian transfer. Transferring it in the womb. Yeah, I thought that was quite cool because you're the mother's giving the gift of life, so it's a gamete intrafallopian transfer.
That's pretty good. I got to think about that for a minute.
That was quite,
you know,
there's
that's some pretty heavy shit.
Canadian cycle.
I said that's some pretty heavy stuff.
Oh yeah, I've spent 4 years in that rabbit hole that's called YouTube.
Well, speaking of rabbit hole, I just did this thing about Jesus is a mushroom.
Yeah.
And there's this mushroom that, you know, it's rounded. It's brilliantly red. It has these white flecks on it like the crown of thorns.
Yeah.
And it during the daytime, it buckles up and forms a cup. And you can literally drink out of it, and it's a hallucinant, I guess like ayahuasca, or whatever you call that. And supposedly you get to meet Jesus with this mushroom. Next thing you know, I'm reading a news story where they found this exact mushroom in the Queen's garden.
It's our other place. No, I mean, it's our children's stories and everything. The fairies sitting on top of these wee mushrooms that are red with the white flecks.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, holy Toledo. It scares me what I don't know. It really does. You know, you think you know a lot. It scares me what I don't know.
Fairy tales actually being based on fact, you know? The fairy tales that you hear, like the dragons and the unicorns and the genies.
Well, this is why I think people need to take a second look at the Bible. It's more than just a history story.
Oh, it's an economic rule book to show people how to rule their fucking economy. It's many different things in one, I reckon. I mean, you can translate, and it's all on the perception of the individual that you know, everybody knows something different, so everybody's going to perceive something in a different fashion.
It's astounding, really. It's what do they have? They think it's 66 books written by 40 people over thousands of years, and none of those 40 people got a chance to speak to each other. And interestingly enough, they languaged it as the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed.
What about the book? Have you seen the Book of Enki and the Book of what's the other one?
Haven't gotten that far, but I intend to look at all of it.
The Book of Enoch.
Enoch, yeah, where he goes up in the spaceship and sees the Earth from above and all of that sort of jazz.
And Jeremiah talks about it all the time.
Yeah, when people say, "Oh, the UFOs aren't mentioned in the book," yes, they are. It just depends on which.
Oh, yes, they are. And I keep telling people. Not only was I shocked because I was looking up UFOs, but in your last thought, would you think to go to the Bible? But you say to yourself, "Well, that's a good place to start. Let's give that a whirl." Next thing you know, it is a freaking rabbit hole. you know, you could get lost in the stuff you find.
Pictures, like pictures for the 14th century. You'll see
Oh yeah.
UFOs in pictures, and you're like,
the man and the dog looking out at it, and all that sort of shit. Yeah, I mean, they didn't put them there for fun. The people that did the rock carvings with the UFOs and the people with the space helmet, they didn't do that just because they were trying to be artistic. They were trying to convey a message.
Exactly.
You know? So
exactly, and you have to write what you see.
Yeah, they don't know language, but they're going to go for a pictorial any day of the week.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a guy, Robert. Oh, what's his last name? Robert Seba or something BBA, I think is his last name, and he goes on about how it was all from the back in the Egyptian days and the how all the religions, and there was Osiris who sent out all of the 5 brothers or something or other, and they all went out and they all learnt that, and to keep knowledge at bay, he decided to decipher it and make all of these 70 different languages spread out across the world. So even if one story got told one way and another story got told another way, the similarities are there, but it's just because of the language differences that they don't quite match.
The Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
Brussels. Have you ever seen the Brussels building where they all sit?
No.
The actual building where they all sit in Brussels. It looks like the Tower of Babel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look at it all.
Well, isn't there something in the Bible about how Damascus or Babylon will be wiped from the face of the earth? And I mean,
what's interesting is Babylon never fell. It was uninhabited. It was raided. But it never fell. And actually today, and most of the leaders say, you want to figure out when the end of the world's coming, keep your eye on Babylon. And they have rebuilt it, and they have armed guards around it already, and they've got, I guess they're supposed to get a garment ready, there's supposed to be vessels ready, there's supposed to be all sorts of things getting ready. And you can, if you do Google Earth, you could go up and see it, and it's sitting right there. But it was never leveled. It was never damaged. It was always there. It was just left uninhabited.
Left in ruin. Yeah. So, and where is that? Syria or Iran or?
What's his name? The Rastafarian guy.
Bob Marley.
Yeah.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley.
But,
he was a clever man.
Babylon.
Yeah, they killed him, I believe.
Oh, they kill everyone.
I know.
That's all right. Been there, done that. Didn't think much of it. Still here.
I gotta say the same myself.
It's easy, yeah. You seem to have less of a fear of it the more you get close to it. I've been shot and stabbed and dead on the table a couple of times. You seem to have a different outlook on things.
Exactly. I know where you're coming from. I had my little zap back into life in April. I had a massive heart attack.
No.
And I don't have heart disease. I threw a clot, very fluky, and it was almost a non-event, really. I started to have chest pain. It took about an hour from start to finish by the time they put the stents in. Anytime you stent somebody like that, and I had to have 2 put in 1 vessel, you have to shock them to restart them into a better rhythm because you don't come back in a great rhythm.
Yeah.
So you got to get a little shock to get you going. And I don't remember dying, although they told me I was dead. There was no, I didn't see, there were no angels, there was no light, so I have to think that it was such a quick event that I don't believe I was dead. I think they just wanted to say that. Because there was nothing. I mean, I can just remember that I had pain, and then the pain went away. Next thing you know, they zapped the shit out of me, and you jump off the table and you want to hit somebody. I'm like, what the hell was that? I just got out of pain, and you're sitting there throwing, 1,000,000 volts through my body. You got to be kidding me. So, luckily,
did you have surgery? Like, to get a stent in?
Oh yeah, I had to have a stent put in. I started my own IV. I do high-powered nutritional infusions,
I
and I
know.
was I was
How does
working
that
at the
happen to you?
yeah, and
How did that's weird.
it's a fluke. It was out of the blue. There was no reason. Well, there was a reason for it, but it was like not something. I don't have heart disease. I don't have high blood pressure and all of that other sort of stuff that you think about people having. It really had to do with having a bad rhythm and having this hellacious virus. And I had a coughing spell one night. I thought I was going to die. And sure enough, 3 days later, I was totally clotted off and on my way to dying. So the hospital was a couple miles away, walked in the door, threw in two stents. I stayed overnight, and then I went home. They wanted me to stay for 5 days. I told them sayonara, and I went home to do what I do, which is heal myself with high-powered nutritional infusions of high-dose vitamin C. So my body doesn't even know what happened. So it's 8 months
That's
later. I'm on no medication. I feel great, and it is what it is. I'm back in the saddle. Didn't miss a beat.
That's cool.
well, if you didn't have the stent, you would be dead.
Absolutely.
Weird.
No doubt about it.
That's weird.
So
So surgery can help sometimes.
well, that's where I think medicine is at its best when it's in an emergency situation. After that, taking pills and all that other garbage is stupid.
Yeah.
You don't manage physiology with a chemical,
You
but
can't you can't knock
you can do it
you
with
can't knock it all
nutrition.
back.
You can reverse engineer all disease with nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It was interesting. Quite a trip. What can I say?
I bet you it was. Right.
Yeah, you come out from a different outlook afterward.
Yep. Yep, it's all different now. It's funny.
People go, oh, you can get killed if you do this. You can get killed. Look, mate, I can walk out and get hit by a fucking falling branch tomorrow and die.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Getting over that whole fear perspective.
Yep. Yep.
I think he's got ADHD. He never stops fucking moving about.
I know, he's funny. Same thing with Anthony. Anthony's the same way. Running around, jumping up and down.
Boss, mate. Rolling Stones.
It's good. It gives you something to watch. It's like reality TV.
No wonder you're only about 7. What are you, about 9.5 stone?
Me, I don't know what I used to be about 11 stone, but I've lost it. I've lost the beer pot now. It's not a drop of fucking fat on me these days. It's because I only
There you
eat
go.
once a day, After getting up in the morning, getting the 3 kids fucking breakfast off to school, getting all the housework done, doing all the dishes, cooking the meals for everybody,
You're a Viking. Awesome.
I do everything because my
You're a
wife's stuck in
domestic
the
Viking.
Hey, can I ask you, Michael? My wife, now, she gave birth to my first son, Max, about 10 years ago, and that was a particularly difficult childbirth. I mean, she was pushing hard for 12 hours and really done
Oh my
herself in.
God.
And it was only because they decided to give her a fucking mirror, and she realised how far away she was. She gave the extra effort, and out he came. But long story aside, she then accidentally, we'll say it wasn't planned, got my second son, Lukey, came out, and Luke's 8 now, right? So for the last 8 odd years, Leah's gotten progressively worse. Now she's pretty much wheelchair bound. So what happened was, we believe what happened was, when she was pregnant with Max after that really hard childbirth, her body didn't have a chance to re-heal before she then got pregnant with Luke. And for 8 months out of Luke's pregnancy, she was stuck there I just basically put some wheels on the underneath of a big softy chair, recliner chair, and I just dragged her from the bedroom and wheeled her around to the dining chair to sit in, and so because she had to be reclined because there was the fear of placenta pravia that she had. And so after all of that happening, and then she gave birth to Luke, for the first couple of years, they thought she had an abdominal hernia from the muscles. Now, I reckon she got that from the first childbirth over Max because she never re-healed. Now, after all that, she's, had that sore abdominal thing, and for the first 3 or 4 years, the doc's saying, oh, just do exercise each day, go for a walk each day, it'll get better, you just need to strengthen up, right? So she goes and does all that, and then gets worse. So she ends up self-diagnosing herself on the internet with symphysis pubis,
Yes.
where the two parts of the pube never actually rejoined, and so every step she takes, it's like that bone is.
Are you familiar with a radio program called Truth Frequency Radio?
So now, after another 3 years now, because Luke's now 8, so after another 3 odd years of going through the system of going to the osteologist or going to get the lady bits checked and then going to do this and then going to do that, get a letter saying you've just been accepted for this specialist, and then another 4 months go by, another appointment, another waiting, and the whole time she's just sitting there, the kids are saying, come play, mum can't, So causes a bit of strain on her because she gets cabin fever and can't really move much, which is why she plays Warcraft a lot. And I'm sort of stuck doing everything, which is why I look so wonderfully thin. So
you're a good man, Mark. You're a good man.
So my point being, she's my everything, She completes me. We're complete opposites, and we might fight like cats and dogs, but we're also best mates for 2 or 3 years before we even got together. Not many people have that bond beforehand, and it's because we had that whole trust.
There's a reason why you're together, and that's that you needed that bond for this kind of adversity. Have you ever heard of a radio station called Truth Frequency Radio?
Oh, yeah.
And there's a guy on there, Joe Joseph.
Yes.
He has your exact story, Mark.
Oh, really?
His wife gave birth, pushed like there was no tomorrow, ended up with a wrecked symphysis pubis. He's like, she can't ride in a car. We can't do anything, and no matter where we take her or what we do, it's a life of hell for her.
Yeah, every movement hurts. You can't walk past her and bump the chair without her being in pain because she's inclined. If she sits up too much and has to eat tea, it's hard because of the gravitational push.
Yep.
Now she's done all the MRIs, she's had all of the checks done, all the bone specialists are saying nothing wrong. They're all saying
there has to be
the muscle specialist.
The
muscle specialist saying, oh, there's nothing wrong, and then the pain specialist saying, oh, it's all in your head, which just perhaps you need to go to a pain clinic because perhaps it's neuropathic pain. It's like Leah stands up for 10 seconds and starts crying. That's in her head, is it? Walking to the toilet.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
So and now they're trying to tell her that she may just have to live with it.
That's what they told Joe Joseph's wife, because there's no way to get into the symphysis pubis and change that. They don't have a surgery for that. It's more common of a problem than you know. Many women
are placing it up, screwing a plate and having it in a fixed position.
I can't answer. What I would say is try to start with number 1, a female neurologist. One that understands a connection between the uterus and the brain, because honestly, I never understood male gynecologists. It's like an auto mechanic that never owned the car.
Yeah, well, all the bone specialists are male doctors.
I know, so you might want to try to, you might get a little more leverage with a female, but I don't know what is to be done, quite frankly. It's just not my field.
The difficult point here is that you can't really be too leveragey, because it's also Leah's issues and not mine, and I don't want to overstep boundaries with her. And the first time we went and had a meeting, I was very questionable. I was asking a few questions, which kind of put her in an awkward position. So now on, I sit out in the waiting room, and I'm not even allowed to be included in the conversations, which is fair enough. That's her. But so now I can't even put pressure on her to put pressure on them to find out what's going on. So I'm just like sitting there watching the train wreck slowly happen, and she's going to come to the point now where it's just, hey, look, you've got to have to start putting the pressure on. And now, mum-in-law's jumping in on the wagon too, and we're all trying to fucking get the best of her, but It's hard, mate, when you sit there for 4 years just watching them slowly deteriorate, and you go, "Fuck, mate, there's got to be something."
Yeah.
Doctors, that's why they
It
practice
is.
and don't fucking perfect anything.
I know. Well, the medical symbol for medicine is the caduceus, and Greek for
Yeah.
caduceus means commerce.
Mark, have you tried cannabis oil?
For Leah, well,
Yeah.
we've not so much tried cannabis oil, but had cannabis 19 years solidly, daily, and that doesn't seem to have made any difference.
Cannabis
I mean,
oil.
she has that,
When you
she
actually
has that
break
for
the whole thing down,
migraine as well.
but when
Sorry?
you actually
Um,
break the whole cannabis plant down to oil,
I
have
do
you not tried that?
high-powered nutritional infusions intravenously, and it's high doses of vitamin C, which is nature's antibiotic, antiviral, antifungal, antibiotic, and natural chemotherapeutic agent if you care to use it that way. It's also nature's detoxifier.
Oh, she's
Secondly, we use a
even against me.
substance to manage pain.
Trying the alcohol.
There's
Sorry.
another substance that we use to help manage pain, like my cancer patients' pain, and it's called DMSO. And I don't know if you've heard of it. They use it hugely in the equine community, but it's a major substance that I use all the time. And if I need to help quell serious inflammation and pain, DMSO by IV, I can take somebody who's riddled with serious arthritic pain and in several days get them to the point where they can play a piano. There's on YouTube, if you type in DMSO and Dr. Jacobs, you'll see a very old 60-minute story on all the major athletes use it. It's very big in the equine community. We can't have these horses with laminitis, so you got to shoot them. And I use it when I have either particularly aggressive or advanced cancers, and specifically with brain cancer and intractable pain, including tough things like interstitial cystitis.
No, that sounds nasty. Whatever that may be. What is that?
Well, it's not. Well, interstitial cystitis is like having a chronic urinary tract infection, but it's in the inner lining of your bladder. So it's not on the outside of the bladder or the inside of the bladder, but in the middle of it. So you can't get to it. And it causes tremendous pain and problems.
Oh.
So it's something I would have you look into. I don't know how available IVs are over there or whatnot, but
So
I would definitely check out the video.
I would try cannabis oil.
yeah, I'm happy to try that. That's just a matter of me getting the right isopropyl alcohol, and that's not a problem. But I can easily do that. I've done it a multitude of times.
Videos on it. You can do it with just a wee amount. You don't need fucking hundreds of it. You can do it with a wee amount, and it can do it. You can do it within an hour.
Well, you want to be able to heal and repair her, because you can give her comfort, but if you jiggle her, she's still going to find the pain. And so you want to be able to get a little bit more than what cannabis will do. Although I highly recommend it, James. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
But you want to work on the inflammation.
It takes all the hallucinogens out of it. It just boils it down to the
Because you get a packet of ibuprofen, right? A packet of ibuprofen with 20 tablets in it, with 200 milligram tablets in each of them. So 20 times 20, so that's 4,000 milligram in a packet of ibuprofen. So therefore, Leah's having 32,000 milligrams. She's going through 8 packets a week.
Don't even tell me that.
Plus, these doctors giving her tablets to stop the ibuprofen from eating through her stomach lining as well to counteract that.
Well, you really have to balance that out with some serious vitamin C. I mean, vitamin C will produce collagen, and you can restock and restore her so that the body leads the fight and isn't drugged through it. But those massive amounts of ibuprofen, I'm serious, you're going to shut her kidneys down.
Yeah, well, that's what they're not about. Too much. You see, I just need to learn a few things so I can, and I find that it's easier just to drop a penny than try to push a pound. And I can just drop the occasional little word, and then she'll go away and do the research at her own pace instead of me pushing. And that way, I've got to let it absorb slowly with some Leos. Leos don't like being told what to do. They like having the information.
Nobody should argue with nutrition, and nutrition is the one arrow in everybody's quiver of wellness that's missing. And doctors don't address it. And her needs for serious nutrition, specifically nutraceuticals, triples. Plus, with the drugs on board, she can't possibly have a nutrient in her body. I wouldn't care if she was the best vegetarian on the planet.
Yeah, well, she is a vegetarian. She eats a lot of pasta and
that's no good. That's
that
no
sort
good.
of stuff. But
She
I mean,
needs...
that's all.
Yeah, but if you want to heal, if you want to heal and repair, you definitely need animal protein. You can't do it plant-based. You really can't. You need animal protein for serious protein for otherwise your body will just break down the muscles.
So what was the solution for this Joe Joseph fella to Truth Frequency Radio? Did he manage to help his wife out? What?
He's in the same boat you are, trying to find somebody that'll help him, trying to get the doctors off their backs because they won't write his wife prescriptions anymore. She can't see.
Our doctor is good at that. He's quite happy to write her a prescription for as many pain meds as he likes because she's always had migraines throughout her life. So, she's also on sumatriptan tablets, immigrant injections, codeine, tramadol.
Oh my God.
Tramadol, they're a nightmare. Don't take these things.
You can't live like that, especially with all that in combination. Dear God.
And now, just because they think it still might be a pain neurological issue, let's give her some amitriptyline. And low doses just to stop those beta blockers from firing. So now we're going to have mood swings from the fucking SSR, depressants. I mean, I went through and all that shit. I went through gabapentin and all sorts of shit. Now I'm just on codeine because I manage my stabs I get in my head. I know when it's happening. I just go and have a break for a couple of minutes and it comes right because I get trigeminal neuralgia now, and ice pick migraines. So I deal with that because with me when it happens it's only a few minutes and then I come right again and I'm right as rain, and I feel them coming. So if I'm driving, I can just pull over, have the attack, and then I'm right again. But that might be 20, 30 times a day. So that's why I don't climb ladders and put satellite dishes up anymore, because I fell off a few two-storied roofs and got grounded. So,
oh my Lord.
It happens,
I know. I was watching this guy, Dark Skywatcher. He was doing the meteors last night, and there was an actual UFO, and he ran up and almost fell off the roof.
Yeah, because he forgot where he was walking. Yeah, I've
was
had
so
that on
excited.
Oh my God, the UFO! And he goes.
He caught one though. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He caught a good one.
I haven't seen it.
Oh my God, he's already posted it. Go on Dark Skywatcher, and it's up there. It's unbelievable. I just tuned in when the thing started, and it was just I was on for hours. I was on till like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. Because he does the live one, eh? Nah, cool. I am going to have to give that one a look.
I'm going to go, guys, right? I'll catch you.
Take care, my friend. Be well.
And you, Michael. Mark. Bye.
Okay, James. Have a good one, man.
Bye, mate.
Come here, puss. Come here. Puss. Come on. Come on, Ruby.
Hey, Mark, it looks like I think Fives has got a hangout. Should we jump over there?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
See you over there.
See you, honey.
Yep.
Oh, fucking hell. Mark, I think it's the wrong one, man. Oh, for fuck's sake. Boys, I'm in the wrong room. How fucked up is this? Who else is here? Teacup. Boys, I'm in the wrong room.
Hello, Teacup. Hey, puss. What are you doing? I don't believe you, Ken. Tell me another story. Oh. Beautiful. So, what's happening, Teacup? Ah, fucking hell. What am I looking for a section?
How's it going?
There you go. What do you know?
Hang on, mate. Come and ask what happened to you early on or something or other. Sounds a bit bad, mate.
Oh, some little scum fuck decided to come and steal some shit. It's alright. Fix the door. I don't expect I'll see my tablet again. Or the player. Lesson learned, don't leave your car unlocked.
Was it on your property it happened then, or was it like where the car was out somewhere?
At home. At home, on my
At home?
property. Yeah. Yeah, they
Sounds
just
good,
come marched in, let themselves through the car, stole a couple of shit out of the car, broke themselves into the door here, and fucking smashed up the whole combo lock and shit. Didn't steal anything out of the room, just opened the door, so I'm thinking they got startled or something perhaps.
Yeah. Hopefully. Did you call the police or anything about it?
What's the point? They're not going to do anything.
Well, possibly not.
I mean,
but
it's a $129 tablet and an MP4 player, and like I say, it's my own stupid fault for leaving the car unlocked. I don't see the point in involving the cops. because they'll just make a police report. It's not like I'm going to make a claim. I mean, there was a time about 10 odd years ago, back before I had my bull mastiff, which I don't have anymore. But my work van, when I was doing sky installations, got broken into, and I got about $5,000 worth of stuff stolen out of it. You know, the toolbox, a field strength meter for aligning the satellite dishes, all that sort of jazz. And back then I made, you know, of course I called the cops because the car was insured. I needed an insurance claim for my work tools and stuff so I could get it back. But at this point, I don't see the reason. There's no point. So less than a couple of $100 worth of stuff nicked. And next time, I mean, I'm getting a couple of cameras all ready for Christmas, so that's going to be all set up on permanent record. So only locals, you mate. Some little fucker looking for some cheap cam.
Yeah, more than likely. And cameras are definitely. I mean, they can't hurt to have cameras up. Shame you didn't have some cameras up prior to. You know what I mean? Maybe you could have identified who they were.
I did have a webcam, but the computer in the lounge shit itself over the storm last night because of the power. So yeah, it's the typical stormy night, mate, when there's a lot of noise outside and banging and crashing. People don't take any notice of the bangs.
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing it, but I thought it was just the gate slamming shut. So yeah.
There's been a lot of that in the area then.
No, there's not that many in the area. But there's a few teenagers out there, and it looked like they were looking for, looking for weed or looking for or cash or some small electronics. Because, in the shed here, they could have helped themselves to a multitude of tools. All of my electronic tools, the fucking generator, they could have helped themselves to a multitude of shit. None of it was touched. All they took was a couple of electronic devices. So it's just kids, mate.
They break your car window to do that, then, or was the car door unlocked?
That's what I mean. Lesson learned because I left the car unlocked. So it's my own fault for leaving the car unlocked. That's the way I look at it.
You're saying they've tried forcing your door through there at the back there, they are?
Yeah, but I've got a lock room in here, and they J-barred the door to see what was in it. And that was it. Found themselves an empty room on the other side and left again.
Yeah, man.
But I guess have a locked room, might as well try and. But they, how they squeeze all the wood up on the door when they try and get the J-bar in there, and they fucked the whole lock mechanism. They broke the plate off of it. I had another one anyway, so I've already replaced it. I'm just putting some more locks on it.
Up.
Pardon?
They definitely come prepared and tooled up then.
Well, I mean, they could have easily used a tool that was in the workshop. I mean.
Oh right, you got tools lying around handy.
J-bar right here, there's about 6 J-bars in this shed they could have easily had their hands on, and the light would have been on. So, yeah, because I came out and the light was on. So, yeah. Like I say, lesson learned. We're going to look at getting another bull mastiff or another guard dog that can, because while we had the bull mastiff, we never had any problems.
Yeah,
I've got an external alarm siren that from the days when I used to install them, so I'm going to rig that up as well with a permanent DC voltage. So if the power does go out, some cunt tries to open another door, it'll just go off. It's just prompted me to get shit done. Typical around Christmas time, there's always some little fucker trying to make some bucks or get something.
People want money at Christmas, don't they?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, money or something they can fucking fall off for it. But like I say, that's why I'm thinking it's more kids than it is someone wanting to do it on a professional basis, because they could have got far. I mean, there's 2 petrol cans full of petrol there. There's probably $50, $60 worth of petrol they could have easily walked away with in their hand. They didn't. So
yeah, might not have paid attention to it.
Yeah. Well, there's too much to look at in this shed. It's like Candyland for anybody who likes to play. And anyway, like I say, I don't see the point in calling the cops because it's not like I'm going to be making an insurance claim. So there's no legal basis for calling them.
Well, it might just be a case of reporting, you know what I mean, as you rightfully say, their reputation for resolving those sorts of crimes isn't exactly good.
Well, they didn't last time when I called them. 10 years back. All they did was put fingerprint dust all over my fucking van, all over my shit. It came back with nothing. All they did was give me a piece of paper that I could give to the insurance company. That was the only use they. So, like I say, I'm not.
You've basically described it pretty effectively. The same process that kind of happens over here as well. You know what I mean? You tend to report it, get a bit of paper saying you've had the theft, but there's not much hope of getting your goods back or the perpetrator of the crime ever being found. But I mean, for the sake of reporting it.
But in saying that, the two items that were stolen, the MP4 player and the my tablet that I had velcroed on top of my sun visor, those two things. I mean, it was only a cheap and nasty tablet. It had a 32 gig fucking microchip storage in it, which fucked me off. But they took that. But again, it's only worth less than a couple of hundred, and they're not gonna. It's pretty recognisable. There ain't many tablets out there with Velcro super glued onto the back of them. So, both those items.
There's also a lot of people and things get passed around pretty quickly, so things can disappear.
Yeah, granted, all I'm saying is if it's someone local and I see them, it will be recognisable. It's not one of those, that looks like it. I'll know exactly if it's mine or not. So,
yeah.
Shit happens. Oh, fuck, for my last day of freedom, my last full day of no kids, because they only have a half day tomorrow, and then they're home for the 7 weeks, and it'll be full on.
Yeah, Christmas holidays, yeah, joy. What's up, Bob?
Hey, Bob. Hey.
Yo. Sorry about that earlier, Mark, man.
No. Hangout's there for all.
Oh, yeah, man. That's what they're for.
Seemed a bit uptight a bit earlier, Bob.
It was just fucking, you know what I mean? It's just shit, and people just like spreading shit, didn't they? Oh look, Zoltan's calling.
Yeah, get Zoltan in here. He's calling in all, Bob. Send him a link.
Right, I'm getting him in here.
Yeah. Tom and Cookie in there.
I don't think that Cookie likes me. Bit of a cookie monster.
Cookie.
I'm a bit of a cookie monster. I love cookies.
Like old Cookie wants to eat the hard candies. That's an interesting knowledge.
Yeah, Cookie's a bad boy. I can't believe that, man. I'm a bit let down at him, man.
Why?
In what way?
Statutes of case laws, like.
Sub Zoltan.
What's happening, Zoltan?
Hey, dudes.
What's happening?
How's it going?
What the fuck is that noise?
My driller's just drilling a fucking lock onto the door.
Oh.
Dirty fucking little slimy fucking thieving cunts. You want to say? I'll find him, and when I do, they'll fucking regret it.
Were you shocked at that then when Bader said that he believes
Yeah,
statutes
man.
of case law?
Yeah. I thought, what?
What?
He's not getting a good chance.
It's the fact that you're never going to get it through to him. You know what I mean? It's just disappointing, like.
You're persistent, I'll give you that. You're persistent, I'll give you that.
Yeah, but no, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like Badder seems like I thought Badder was the type who if he found something out, he'd learn. Do you know what I mean? He'd like, you know
Yeah,
what
but
I mean?
how many of you thought have been like that, Bob?
Oh man.
How many have turned out like that?
Yeah, I'm still getting it on Facebook, man. Disinformation and that. I mean, no one's talking to me.
I don't know what that's all about. Why everyone's got the ump lot, but
I
like little
don't know,
fucking.
man. Where's Diddy been as well?
He was about yesterday, briefly. But no, I ain't seen him actually on a hangout or nothing since that other night.
What did he do something the other night?
I don't know. I left, didn't I? I can't remember if he was on after that night when he was having a word with his mum.
Oh yeah, I think he's been on since then. Fucking
Oh, no.
What about the Chinese law as well?
I think I might have stopped listening at that point. What's that about?
Fuck it, he was telling it. Oh man, he was saying that if you go into a courtroom uttering words of English, I said, well, what if a Chinese man goes in there and just happens to say the words, "I do not consent"? You know what I mean? And then I said, "What does that bind
They're saying
you?"
they consent then.
Yeah. He's like he's saying what is that? But his point is that that's what binds you.
Yeah, because he's expressly said it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but why would that bind you? Why would that ain't what binds you, is it?
You condemned by your own words, are you not?
Yeah. But so what if I went in there and didn't say nothing? What if someone went in there and didn't say nothing?
Then you don't say that you consent. But your point is that a Chinese man has gone in there and uttered the words in English saying, I do not consent. And Badder's argument is that merely uttering the words, I do not consent, implies that you do consent. Because it implies that you're governed and you're rejecting governance.
Yeah. Like, I get his point.
Yeah, me.
I get his point, but that isn't. You know what I mean? Statutes and acts, they're applied. You know what I mean? You don't show me somebody. All right. So the Fraud Act, yeah. Like I think everyone's quite happy with the Fraud Act. Like it's a simple bit of legislation. Sweet. Anyone can understand it. So I agree with that Fraud Act, but there's not an instrument that says that I agree with that Fraud Act. That Fraud Act, and something has to happen for that Fraud Act to be applied.
There is an instrument that says that you agree to the act.
What?
The vote.
I ain't voted.
No, the
Doesn't
registration.
Doesn't matter if you vote. The fact that
Yeah,
the
but
others
surely that can't be
the
what
act
makes you
of
bad.
not voting. The act of not voting is to protest. It's not to reject the governance totally, is it?
No.
I mean, the best way to protest if it comes to a vote would be to stand yourself as a single person and only vote for yourself and don't allow anyone else to vote for you. You know what I mean? But then you could be like all these idealistic free men try to pronounce and be your own individual self and man. But I mean, the reality
So then,
is
how
whether you
are these acts applied then?
they're
Well, how are
enforced
these?
mainly by force.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like you can't just get nicked for the Fraud Act, can you? You have to have done something fraudulent.
Somebody has to lodge a complaint against you and launch a case that would obviously be adjudicated on as
and then the judge
sufficient merits
interprets.
Well, yeah, it would have sufficient merits for the judge to warrant that there is a potential violation taking place, and therefore we need to investigate further to see if it has took place or not.
So
which is
the
obviously the purpose
statutes
of a
are
trial.
applied, aren't they?
They're enforced.
Yeah, they're enforced. I'm not saying that
They're not applied by default. No. That's mainly a semantics argument, but they can't be applied by default because inevitably one statute may well cancel out another statute, so they can't by default be applied. They can only be enforced, and therefore the enforcement itself would get to choose whether or not, you know what I mean, which would be the interpretation of the judge, not the litigants, the judge, who would then decide what one would take precedence. I mean, because you've seen maxims about it, Bob, lot that about where if two statutes come up and conflict with each other, then the one latter in time is to take precedence, not the one first. The one that comes later in time is to take precedence, right? Implying that Parliament's sovereignty cannot be bound by its predecessors. So they have to have that freedom to move, where under the common law, as Badder keeps going on, the principal is the highest fucking authority, and anything that comes after the principal would be of a lower authority. But it doesn't actually work like that with a statute.
Everything's opposite to what you'd expect in common law. It's the opposite in statute.
A best way I could explain that to you, Mark, would be that you've got rules to govern statute law, and then you have rules to govern the common law, and they aren't the same rules.
Yeah, two different games.
Are they principles?
Two different areas. Two different games would be a good analogy to some degree, but I mean, ultimately, they're two different games that can be played on the same court.
Yeah, exactly.
For instance,
exactly. It's like you can either play rugby and you can play American football or Australian football, or on the same chalked out thing.
Yeah.
Or crickets or 5-day test or something else. Different rules apply.
Exactly. But that's just an analogy, obviously.
Oh, of course.
I mean, because obviously the common law and the statute, in the most part, they intertwine with each other and complement each other as they're supposed to.
Cole, you back?
The irony really there, Bob Locke, was excuse me. I said the irony there is in Parliament is actually where they deal with customs.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know. That's what. Is that what you meant when you said to me like he should be on this? You know what I mean?
Well, of course he should. He keeps
yeah,
going
like
on
he's
about
always
his
going
customs
on about
and that, or
customs,
Parliament
isn't he?
is about custom law. Yeah. That's why they drag the Speaker of the House up, isn't it? And drag him up to the chair, because it's a custom.
Yeah.
And that's why they also, like he was telling you, have the judges, because they sit there as a custom from the medieval time, when Parliament used to sit in medieval times.
I wonder where he's got it from, though, that they make case law.
And probably in his bad as head.
That can't be written down anywhere, can it? Like, on the internet, that can't be.
Definitely not. Definitely not. It's not case
That's
law,
like
is it?
saying. That's just like saying night is day and day is night, isn't it?
You've seen citations for case law, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where was it about Parliament? It's always Regina, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
And why is it Regina, the regent, the sovereign?
Well, the highest authority. Like,
proclaimed, yeah.
so to speak. Like,
Proclaimed,
well,
yeah.
Fucking, I reckon.
Zoltan. Zoltan.
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Well, what's happening? How you been, anyway?
I'm cool, bud. Been trying to wind that fucking wanker man up a little bit, but that's about it.
Didn't you get on with him either?
No, have you not seen my video? I made a little video about him.
No.
Do us a screen share.
Yeah, man, Mark.
Yeah.
Come
I'll
on,
see if I
we
can find it for you.
need some screen share.
do us a
Oh, yeah,
screen
Zoltan
share.
could do it anyway. Sorry,
wanna
Mark,
see
man.
this.
I just thought we could screen share. If people just just listen to this, they think, what the fuck are them not on about, man?
It's like trying to
I
watch
don't think there's many people that are
the
listening
soap
to this.
opera halfway through the fucking soap. Oh, for fuck's sake. Trying to find a fucking nut.
You got yours in a jar, haven't you? Oh, he's got loads.
Yeah, he's got his
neighbours
nuts in
now.
a jar.
Let's not bring the dog's bollocks into it, gentlemen.
Can't take that long to find your own shit.
What's that tattoo on your arm, Mark?
Which one?
Your left arm.
This one?
No, your other left.
Oh, that's a
That one,
multitude.
yeah.
Anubis, isn't it? Anubis,
Black
wasn't it?
Panther.
First one?
Hold it up a bit. We can't see it
That
because
one.
the... Oh, yeah.
It's an attacking. It's a Black Panther. And on the inside, is what used to be a giant fucking swastika, but I actually got them all turned into something else. It was a giant fucking swastika that went right round there. My sister did all of that. She did all the flames and all the burning crosses and the pyramids, and my sister did all that freehand, just to fill it all in. She's an awesome tattooist, man. She did that. She did the Anubis on that arm. Took her about 4 hours to do that, and the dream catcher. And she did the fucking scroll on the back. Redid the tiger. She's done some good work.
That looks alright, man.
Yeah, her sister's got some talent, eh? An impressive girl.
Try and go.
I don't know, he started sharing the video and then it kicked him out, I don't know.
Oh.
What was he trying to share?
I don't know.
One of Tony's.
Yeah, I think sounds to do with Tony. Right, listen, I'm going to make a cup of tea anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
Alright. I'm just putting a fucking coach bolt through this with a nylock nut on the other side. No fucker's going to get through that. Not without a grinder. I knew I had nuts and bolts floating around here. Now I just need to find the drill. Right, that'll do it. Some of them. That'll do. That's it. So we'll do that one.
Okay. Bob's just gone to make tea. He said he'd be back in a minute. Zoltan just turned up, just saying hello to him again. Letting him know Bob's gone to make tea.
Okay. What are you trying to share, Zoltan?
Got a video or something. Sounds like it's going to be worth a watch.
Oh, yeah. Sounds cool. Alright. Will that one work? Yes, it will. Get it there, you fucker. That's the bitch. Fucking cold. And there go the girls. Motherfucker. again. Looking for. What subject are you going to show? What are you wanting to show?
Kind of quiet on us. I think he might have been changing his same card over or something low, but I don't know. You got a link here, Mark?
The link's on the YouTube.
Can you share it for us, dude? Got some that this lorry woman wants to get in. Who was in here with Badder and that.
Okay. Just let me copy that and paste it. I'll paste it in.
Needed the link, sorry.
I'll stick it in the
Hello.
in the chat.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'll do it in a minute, can I? I'll do it in a second.
There you go. Teacup. You get the link there?
Yeah, that's for Bot Bang, and I'll swap it over for him.
Wonderful. Well. 11.
Where'd Bob go? He was here a second ago.
Bob!
Hey, you, old Tony, you ready yet? I feel like bad, man, talking to myself.
I'm listening.
Bada bing, bada boom. Stand up.
What's up, go on? Round 2. Boom, boom.
Hey, better.
Safe marker, man.
How's it?
Hey, brother.
Are we well?
I'm smoking a bit of charis at the moment. Do you know what charis is?
Yep.
Right? What is it?
You have to go and find out. Can't bother to explain.
That's a good start.
Yep, typical bad start.
As long as one individual.
You go on low, innit?
No, I don't.
Bop a lot. Yo, bop a lot.
It's a lot like charis. I don't think it is actually charis, but it's a lot like charis. Probably Manali. Do you know what Manali is?
Yep.
Not a lot of people. Buffalo, do you know what Manali is?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're cannabis connoisseurs. You can tell that by our iconography. See the leaves in our pictures? Well, yours is obviously that hypnotist confusion.
Yeah, read that.
type
Buffalo, have you read that
symbol.
conversation on your wall with me and that Ant?
Nah.
Unbelievable.
I've read the last bits of it, but not.
I posted the definition of de facto and de jure, right? And they're extensive, innit? Like, yeah. And what it basically says, innit? I'll read it out to you now, and I'll read what she put. This is mad. It's like some fucking shill stuff, mate. Only an idiot would have. Only an idiot would have said this, though. This is a thing.
You act all still like.
Right, listen, look, I'll read out the definition of de facto, right? In fact, indeed,
actual. This phrase is used to characterize an officer of government, a past action, or state of affairs which exists actually and must be accepted for all practical purposes, but which is illegal or illegitimate. And it goes on. It goes on. It's like it's massive. It's like the definition's massive. But that's the point I want to raise here, right? Yeah. But which is illegal and illegitimate. And she's put, by the definition of de facto, which states illegal, in court, asked if a corporation is not illegal, by which type of corporation are they speaking of? Corporation and its meaning must be clarified. This is the question. And like, she's got from that definition that a de facto government or something like that, or a de facto officer, is illegal. Oh no, that's not what it says. What it says is any of those things, government, officer, or past event, or anything like that, that has not been accepted, but which has been accepted, yeah? If it's not accepted, then it's classed as illegal and illegitimate, right? And which is what I said on the other hangout. On the other hangout, I said, a government de jure comes to power, gets elected by, and if it's acknowledged and accepted by all the other de jures on equal merits around the world, it gets given de facto status, legally. So she's got from that definition that all governments or whatever, or all officers operating in de facto are illegal and illegitimate. But the definition doesn't say that. You know what I mean? But it does fit in if she was right in her interpretation, which she's not. But if she was right, it would fit in with her Freemannery, like fucking Dean Clifford bullshit. That's where where these fucking freetards are. They just focus upon the words that obviously mean most of their scenarios. If these freetards could go around going everything that's de facto,
that's what you do better.
No, I don't. Far from it, mate. If all these freetards go around claiming that all governments de facto are illegitimate and illegal, then obviously that would boost and support their claims. But that's not what the definition says.
Governments are de jure.
Yeah, governments de jure get
concerning law. That's their whole function. It's concerning law. They are the lawmaker, the legislator.
Well, yeah, I'll read out de jure. I'll read out the definition of de jure. De jure,
you don't need to. I read it out to you earlier. I mean,
no, you ain't.
Zoltan, please play your video, mate, please.
Yeah, play the video. That's what Zoltan was going to do. He was setting up his shit to screen share this video. Zoltan.
Yeah, but you ain't done it yet. Yeah, de jure, upright.
Yeah, he was just ready to,
hang on, because he was about to, but then you jumped in, and being polite and courteous and that, we let you speak, so... But we really want to watch the video.
Mark, do you have any objections with me continuing for a second?
Zoltan, are you there?
You in a rush?
Please unmute yourself.
Let me just ask if Zoltan's ready to play because he was in there first, then say so. Otherwise, go ahead better. Zoltan?
Yeah, give me a minute, bud. Yes! I'll put it on in a minute.
Yeah, Zoltan,
he's not ready yet. Go on, Barry, crack on.
Thank fuck for that.
Right, de jure, upright, legitimate, lawful, by right and just title. In this sense, it is the contrary of de facto. Right, yeah? It may also be contrasted with de gratia, in which case means as a matter of right, as de gratia means by grace or favour. Hold on. Again, it may be contrasted with the equitiae, right, yeah? Here meaning by law, as the latter means by equity, the government. De jure declararum, de jure declararum, originum descends de jure patronus, tunc cognitio spetat at legem civilia.
Man, come on, seriously. Look, you've been given a bit of information, and you're like using it. Like, all right, it's good. Like, you know what I mean?
Why are you interrupting?
De jure means the.
Why are you interrupting?
Because it was something that Teacups told you in a previous hangout, and now you're just.
No, he hasn't. He told me that de jure means of law. But it's quite the definition. The definition's quite extensive. It's not as easy. It's not as simple as that.
Fuck's sake. You just said about three men twisting the fucking meanings.
I've got it all on my other
Come on,
hand.
look,
don't
Zoltan's
worry.
thing's ready anyway. Look, let's just leave it there, man. Look, Zoltan's thing's ready. We know that de jure means concerning law, de facto means concerning facts, of facts. That's it, it's
Well,
done, look.
It means
Zoltan,
more than that,
go.
mate. Yeah, but it
Cool,
means
this
more than that.
video, Zoltan, come on. I stand all forceful there, I don't like it. What's up, newcomer?
Alright, buckle up's going on, ignore.
Oh, Badder, don't
How
do
we
that,
doing?
you prick.
See you later, mate.
What's up,
Badder.
James? How you doing?
Oh, Badder's blocked
Yeah.
me.
You've not been blocked by Buddha, have you?
Yeah, Buddha's blocked me.
The fucking
Yeah,
prick wants to block me.
Bad
Anyone that blocks me, I mean, anyone that blocks me.
Badder likes to block and kick
Hang on a
people
minute.
when he loses the argument.
I can hear him talking
anyone,
through someone's
he just blocks
headphones.
my microphone. Anyone blocks my microphone, apart from the host, gets ignored.
That's handy if you can still hear him then, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah. But whose headphones is it? Because like I can't really still hear him.
Probably mine, man.
He'll move him. Don't say anything, quick. He'll go hunting for it. He wants you excluded from the conversation. You're proving him wrong again.
No, he blocked my mic.
Anyway, hello James. I was saying hi to you. And Zoltan, I don't suppose that video is ready by any chance, is it?
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, not too
How's it
bad,
going?
Hey, man. He's now giving me the option. Do I want to block you as well, Jamie?
Just try it. Don't push that button, man.
Pointless, isn't it?
Please, don't
He interrupted me, so Zoltan doesn't play his video. It's just stupid,
No, it's
man.
pointless that you come on these hangouts and you move people and you interject with people, you speak
Is
over
it your
people, you
hangout,
don't let
mate? Is
anyone
it your
have any
hangout? If it ain't
say.
your hangout,
It's
shut the fuck up, mind your own business.
It's about you
Mind
being
your own
disruptive
business.
all the time.
Mind your
Why,
own
you're gonna
business.
put me on
It's
mute
not
as
your
well,
hangout,
Badder?
mind your own
You're gonna put
business.
me on
Mind
mute,
your
are
own
you,
fucking
Badder?
business.
not
Oh,
Oi,
put you on
here we
teacup.
go. Badder can click a button. It's scary.
Teacup, it's not your hangout.
Badder can
Teacup,
click
it's not your
buttons.
hangout. Mind your own business.
So what if it's not
Mind your
my
own
hangout?
business,
So what,
yeah?
that allows you to disrupt it, does it?
Don't you think there's enough problems in the world without everybody falling out with one another when basically nearly everybody's on the same page?
Oh, I couldn't
seriously-
agree more, James.
I
don't
couldn't agree
understand,
more
mate,
with it,
these
man.
two
Unfortunately,
dickheads, man, these two
with
just wanna
Badder is when he's in a
speak over
hangout, he
people
has to
and
take
go, yeah,
over
yeah,
the
yeah,
hangout
yeah,
and be the
people
centre
up.
of
I don't wanna
attention.
learn.
Otherwise, you can't have a hangout, as he's
You know what
just
I mean?
blocked
Yeah,
me as well.
Buckle does videos of people, calls it all free mannery and everything, but when he gets put on his toes, he don't like it. Nor does Teacup.
Are you
So
from
yeah,
America,
we're still
are you,
waiting for
James?
Zoltan's video. He's not playing. You know, I got rudely interrupted, right? Yeah. So someone can play a video. He ain't even ready to play it.
It's just
You know,
baffling.
it's just disrespectful.
Yeah, Badder must be going on and on and
What
on.
I don't understand is why is it about each other and not about what they're saying, right? It never
Oh, well.
it
Laters,
doesn't
Mark.
seem.
This hangout's dead.
No, wait. Teacup's gone there, man. Here's a...
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Well,
couldn't agree
you
more.
know,
What's Mark doing there? He's
no, not
fucking
really.
having it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Who said no? Not really.
Me, bada bing.
Oh, that would have been better. I agree
You
with you. I
don't-
agree with what you're saying, Mark. James.
You don't see that better. You don't see that if somebody comes up with something that sometimes, I'm not saying all the times, but a lot of the times, it doesn't become the argument doesn't become about what they've said. It becomes about the actual person. It's like a personal attack, and then the other person fires back, and they start attacking them. It's not
Mate,
really. It's not.
Exactly. I
Hold
was
on.
in the middle of reading out a definition, right? Yeah. I got rudely interrupted, right? Yeah. and then for someone to play a video who's not even ready to play it, and then I wasn't even saying nothing, and someone blocked my microphone. It's just rude, man. It's just rude and disrespectful. So, you know, I was on about share. Just because Bopperlot might know something, just because Teacup might know something right there, doesn't mean everyone else knows it. Yeah? So when I was reading out the definition, what about you? What about the listeners? What about people that will listen to this back? It ain't just about Bopperlot and Teacup, is it? It's about other people. Right, yeah? So I was distributing information for many others. I weren't just thinking about the people on this hangout. Right, yeah? And like I say, I got rudely interrupted, and then I stopped talking anyway. I thought, fuck it. And then Bopperlot just blocked my microphone.
Badder's actually muted you.
I'll come
really
in on my other
appreciate
account
how
now and we'll start fresh.
he's saying, right?
But, anyway, it's one of them.
Well, there's only obviously somebody's got something to say, and you know, somebody else wants to say something, and you know, it takes time to get a point across sometimes, and somebody has something on their mind, and you know, they don't want to forget it, so they interject, and sometimes it causes a problem. And you know, we all have a certain amount of patience, I guess you would say, you know, to get a point, you know, to listen to somebody get a point across.
What was his point?
I don't know. I wasn't here when he was.
You've got to tell us what does your mean. I was just curious as to what the interpretation was out of.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna talk about it, and if you're gonna talk about something, you need time to talk about it. Then say up front, listen, I need to say this, or I want to say this, and it's going to take me a lot of time. So if you could just give me the courtesy.
No.
And if you think, hold on a second, and if you know, if people do think that you're going on a little bit too long, you know, don't be rude about it. Just say, listen, I've noticed you've been talking for like 2 or 3 minutes about this. I'm not being rude, but can you get to a point about it? Because, you know.
What about when you try that though, and then they still don't?
Then obviously, you know, you just have to sit and listen, and then let him get it out. Let it get. Hold on. Let him
create your own hangout.
Well, you could do that. You could do that. As far as I'm concerned, everybody's got something valid to say on these hangouts, right? We're all knowledgeable about certain things. There's a lot of things, and I don't think that, you know, the way that sometimes these interactions go on with one another, it's, you know, it's helpful. I mean, to me, it just seems that either one, people are buying into the divide and conquer, which is what they, the politicians and their fucking handlers, have set up and trained everybody to be like, or two,
according to what?
Somebody's just a disruptor and they just want to be on here disrupting. And, you know,
well,
I don't know.
When I'm distributing high degrees of law and I get interrupted by fucking
because you're not distributing it. You're not distributing high levels of law, Badder.
Well, how would you know, Bopperlot?
Because I've seen sources that prove you wrong. Common sense.
No, you haven't. No one's ever proved me wrong. No one's ever proved me wrong on anything, mate. No one's ever proved me wrong on anything on here. On any hangout.
Listen. Teacup has fucking really proved you wrong on a lot of things.
Well, never in the history of hangouts, Teacup ever put me in my place, ever. It's never happened, mate.
Yeah, because you're
ignorant. The only time it ever happened, is when you woke up and had some
Parliament made case laws. Parliament made case laws? Tell us about that. Tell us about the case laws that Parliament make better.
Legislation is case law.
Go on, carry on. Now, let me just warn everyone: this is complete bullshit. What about listen to our
but obviously.
And listen to the conviction in his voice, how much he actually believes his own bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, so obviously you're going to prove me wrong, ain't you? You're not just going to say I'm wrong. You're going to prove it.
No. I'm not going to prove
hold on. I
I have one
I'm
question.
going to ask everyone to do their own research and compare it to what Badder's high-level degrees of knowledge.
Well, I have a
Right,
question.
when a bill through Parliament gets passed, right? Yeah, all sides of the argument
Lucky
have
to get a
been
question in with James.
exhausted.
And with Badder here,
And the
James.
facts are on the table. The law will be interpreted by the judiciary, and it will become legislation. That in itself is
That's our Act of Parliament, mate. That's our Act of Parliament, mate.
Yeah, that's
Tell us about
case law,
case
mate.
law.
That's case law.
Oh, well,
Case law.
that's a case law.
Well, it is case law.
So the misuse
in order,
is a case law.
in order for Parliament to legislate, for a legislator to legislate, there has to be an issue. Right? If there's no issue, there's no reason for legislation.
Earlier, but
And the issue will be debated around Parliament. A bill will be introduced, and it will be debated.
Will be made. A statute will be created, or one
No,
will
no,
be
no.
amended. That's not a case law.
No. It's a statutory obligation, mate. Right? Yeah.
It's custom.
Right. So
it's an Act of Parliament.
Yeah, a statutory obligation.
Yeah, but whatever. That's not a case law. A case law is a case.
What do you mean? Yeah, whatever.
It's a precedent, like.
If it's not case law, right? Listen. So, all right, an argument with for and against, or is being produced in front of the judiciary, and they actually give it lawful credence. When it gets stamped, I suppose that bill gets passed through Parliament.
Badder, can I ask you a question?
Hang on, let me finish.
Well, I just want to ask you a
question. The bill
question.
gets passed through Parliament.
Hold on, let him finish. And I've got him fucking muted, I can't even hear what the cunt's saying.
The judiciary obviously give it lawful credence and it should be given legal effect, which in essence is a legal precedent. All case law is legal
precedent. Why can't you just come on and say, okay, thanks, Teacup, for putting me right on the
legislation has been passed and acknowledged by the judiciary. Therefore,
This is the thing.
The
case law argument he's having is that's common knowledge, man. Like Parliament don't make fucking, you know what I mean? Parliament don't make case laws. That's common knowledge.
Parliament makes acts and statutes.
Yeah, like the Parliament made the rules, like. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. I have a question for. I'll ask each and every one of you. So I'll start with Badder. Badder, do you think that anybody has a higher authority over you than yourself?
Do I think that?
Do you think that another person or a group of people have a higher authority over you than what you do?
Depends if they have me to an advantage.
Okay, now I'll ask the same question to Bopalop. Do you think that any man or group of men have an higher authority over you than you?
Authority, like, nah, I don't. Nah, but I believe I'm subordinate. I believe there's others out there that I am subordinate to. You know what I mean?
Teacup, do you think that anybody has a higher authority over you than you?
Yes, in certain contexts.
You do. Mark,
yes,
what about
given
you?
certain contexts. For instance, if I may just quickly finish, for instance, if somebody was speaking who had been learned and studying a particular area and I knew nothing about, that would give them some authority to speak over me.
Badder, hold on.
I'm finished.
Go on. Say the last bit. Badder cut in.
Hold on, Bopalop. Mark.
I gave you a second chance, man, and you still blocked me.
Badder, I don't care about your second chance. You're an idiot, mate.
Come on, guys. Hold on a minute.
Teacup, finish off your last point, because I didn't hear what you said.
Nobody tells
accept
me to
authority
hang on a minute, mate.
from another person if they obviously had a
right,
reason
if you
to have
sit down,
authority.
basically what you're saying is, can you sit down and play a game of chess and beat anybody?
And they were teaching me about it, then obviously I'm going to accept their authority.
Right, can you walk onto a basketball court and kill it every time? No, someone's always going to have you to an advantage. Whether it be law, basketball game of chess.
I'm not talking about that.
But it's an authority, isn't it? It's a form of authority.
Mark, are you still here?
He's froze.
Zoltan, I'll ask you the same question. Do you think that anybody has a higher authority over you?
Why don't you just ask the question,
Yes, I
and
do.
then whoever wants to answer it can answer? You the question
I've
master.
got 2 daughters and a girlfriend, so they got higher authority over me.
Definitely.
Yeah, boom.
What about you, Sam?
Well, I suppose it depends how you define authority. I mean, I try to make sure that I come into contact with as few people as possible that have any kind of bearing on my life whatsoever, really.
But the fact that you try to have contact with them would suggest.
What about you, Hoof?
I'm equal to everybody.
So you don't think that anybody has authority over you?
Only my parents. My parents created me, so maybe they're the higher authority to me.
Yeah, Hoof, do you believe everybody is equal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. I
All
go
right,
with
and
that as
so
well, man.
let me give you a hypothetical, right? Yeah, there's
personally
2
wouldn't,
lives
but
to
then I'm a
save.
bit of
There's
a
an
rebel to
80-year-old
my own
and a
parents, so
2-year-old, right?
I
Yeah,
can
in
understand
a
why people
situation.
say that.
Hold
Now,
on, I've not
right, yeah,
finished
does
yet.
it matter?
I hadn't
Hang on, does
finished.
it matter which one you save?
You won't say
Who
nothing.
cares if you finish or not? Does it
I was
matter
gonna make them.
That's
which
got
one you save?
nothing. That's got nothing to do with the authority. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
No, you were talking about people passing.
If everybody is equal,
Badder.
like,
bad
if
We were
everybody is
talking about
equal, let me
laws.
put you in
No,
a
I
hypothetical.
thought he was talking to me.
Yo, James, man, don't interrupt me, man. Right, yeah. Who? Right, yeah. You've asked everyone a fucking
hear any of
question.
that.
Well, I hadn't
Yeah?
finished.
I want 2
hadn't
minutes to
finished.
address who. Yeah, no,
Okay.
right. Yeah, who? Do you believe everybody is equal? So if I give you a hypothetical where you've got to save an 80-year-old or a 2-year-old, and you can only save one life, does it matter which one you save?
Not really.
It doesn't matter. So there's no argument to save the 2-year-old that hasn't lived a life yet or experienced one over the 80-year-old that has.
Yeah, totally, because you only get half the
They're
conversation.
both equal, but I would choose to save a 2-year-old.
Right. On what premise?
Even the host has had enough.
Just the way I am.
Right. So what? So
I
human
say,
endeavour
bad cross-examining
dictates, right? Yeah, that would save the 2-year-old in all circumstances. If there was one life to save out of an elderly gentleman or woman compared to a younger child, would always save the younger child because they have yet to experience a life, whereas the 80-year-old has. Now, if everyone was truly equal, really and truly equal, that decision.
That has nothing
right,
to do
yeah?
with being truly equal. It
Yeah,
has
it
nothing.
does. Yeah, it does.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
it does.
It doesn't.
If everybody,
It has
hang on a
nothing to
minute.
do with it.
If everybody
No,
was
this is a
truly,
lifeboat
wouldn't
scenario.
matter.
It's a
It
lifeboat.
wouldn't matter which
setup,
those 2
which
people.
basically you get to choose either or. So it has nothing to do with being equal.
Wait. Hang on.
It's who you get to.
Of course it does. If everybody was
basically-
truly equal, it wouldn't matter which life you save.
Well, it doesn't, though, does it?
Is that where the situation was?
Well,
a lifeboat.
like,
We're in a lifeboat.
that's
We've got
not
to
how
throw people
human.
out.
That's not how human
Are
endeavour.
you hearing this,
Well,
Bob?
it's making out a lifeboat situation. Yeah.
There's a clear
Badder's
distinction.
gone, man.
Right,
It's giving you-
this argument is a clear
No, but yeah,
Badder ain't got a life jacket either.
distinction
Badder's
between claim
blocked
of
me.
fact
Badder's blocked. I
and claim
can't
of
hear him.
value.
I'm muted as well. I don't know what's going
right,
on.
yeah? Of
Badder.
course, everybody
I
is
did
equal,
warn,
right? Yeah,
James,
survival
that
What
was
instinct,
last
what I
whatever.
was trying to get to. with
Claim
the
of
authority.
value dictates. Claim of value
Yeah, I
dictates
thought
that,
though. I thought just let him
obviously, an
experience
80-year-old
it.
that's
You know what I mean?
experienced life,
What I was
to some degree, right,
Why can I hear him slightly?
is not as
Oh, yeah,
equal
you-
as
it's his
far as
frequency.
saving a
You
life
can feel
compared
his
to a 2-year-old
frequency.
that hasn't experienced them on equal footing.
It's a negative energy,
The
isn't it?
point that I was trying to make about the authority issue before you went off on a tangent about saving 2 different lives, one being 80 and one being 2-year-old, or however the age
About
was.
equality.
No, I wasn't talking about equality. Somebody else mentioned that. My question was about authority, right? Whether you think that somebody has authority over you, and you said that you did, right? So wouldn't that make you
I
a
said only
slave?
if they had me to an advantage.
Wouldn't that make you a slave, regardless of whether it was an advantage or not?
Well, no.
I can't
If
wait
you,
to.
do you
I can't
think
wait
you
for
can
this now.
sit down and play a game of chess with anyone and it'll be a stalemate every
That's
time?
not authority.
Of course it is. It's
No, it's not.
it's an authority over the game.
That's you having a consensual game of chess with somebody, not being pushed into doing something, not being coerced into doing something, which is what authority does. Authority will tell you, do this or else. There's a consequence to it. Right?
On top of that thing, fucking laptop shit itself.
Yeah,
What,
if you're ever in that,
what did you say,
if you're
Mark?
ever in that scenario, where a single authority
James,
is
let me
telling you what to
interject
do
when
or
you're
how,
ready.
because you did
The
something
authority
wrong.
thing's cleared up.
Yeah. Well, all I'm trying to say here is you were talking about laws and this, that, and the other, and parliament and all this nonsense, right? And all law
Nonsense
is,
to you.
well, it is. All law is, right,
Yeah,
is
but
an
who the
opinion.
fuck are you?
All law is an opinion backed by
No, it
coercion.
isn't.
Of course it is.
No, it isn't.
You don't
No, it
do
isn't. You're
what
wrong.
you don't do what they say. They will
Who's
kidnap
they?
you and throw
James.
you in
Who's
a
they?
fucking cage.
You're
Who's
not
they?
allowed to get angry, James. All right,
I'm not
that's
getting
just
angry.
one
I'm not
rule.
getting
No, that's
angry.
your one rule.
Who's
God,
they?
you can carry on with that.
Who's
That's
this
your one
they?
rule.
They will come and get you.
The people
That's
that you're
some
talking
paranoid
about,
shit.
the
You've
people
already assumed authority.
and the costume. No, I have not. I have
You
no
have. You just
authority.
said they will come and get you. You're scared. There is only
I'm
men,
not
women, and
scared
children.
about anything.
James is
You
a good host.
you are.
isn't he,
You're
man?
scared of the law.
I'm not scared of the law. The law is an opinion
You are.
backed up by coercion.
No, it's not. No. Law is an interpretation.
I can't hear you, Mark, because like Bader won't. You know, every time you start talking, he starts talking too.
Now, James,
And you keep talking
said
over
if
me,
someone
so
wants to
you know
talk, you
you're
should
only
hear 'em
mirroring. I'm only mirroring.
So you don't think that law is basically an opinion backed by coercion?
No, I don't think that. I know it's not that.
So you think that men have the right to rule you and everybody else?
No. I know it's not that. I don't think.
Okay, what is it then? What is law?
All right. Okay. Right. Listen. The written law is an interpretation of law and mankind's endeavours of history past, gone, and maybe even some present time. Right. A practical construction of a statute or constitution is not one determined by the judiciary or any other official body.
Who's it determined by then?
It's determined by. Listen, it's determined by practice sanctioned by. I'm telling you, it's determined by practice sanctioned by general consent.
Oh, it is? Well, tell me this then. Why people that don't consent to these so-called laws and constitutions that you've just been talking about, why are they subject to them?
Because they obviously don't know what consent means.
Because they believe they are.
No, because
right, when you're uttering words in English like you've done tonight, you're binding yourself one way or another.
They need to be,
regardless
man.
of what
We need
to the English
rules.
rule of law.
What it all boils down to is the majority of people just go along with it because they accept and respect the authority that they've been brainwashed to believe in. That people in costumes.
Not at all. You've been brainwashed to believe that. No, you've been brainwashed to believe that.
No.
No, you've been
But then
brainwashed.
how is law the
You've been
same?
brainwashed by
How does law
YouTube
stay the same,
propaganda.
James?
How can you give your power away to somebody else when you
Right.
don't have that power yourself? How can you do that? How can you allow people to tax you, right? How can you allow people to kidnap you and throw you in a cage, right?
Not making any sense.
When you don't have that power yourself.
Hang on a minute. Do you see your face or name on the fucking notes that you use, or coins, or legal tenders?
That's not my question. My question is.
Well, you said. How can they tax you? How can they tax you? You're only relinquishing what doesn't rightfully belong to you in the first instance.
That's because people have been led to believe. And you're one of them.
How do you know what
believe in
people have
it?
been? No, you might have been led to believe that.
Because that's the
No,
state
you might
that the
have been led.
society's
You
in,
can't
man.
listen. Yeah, but you
Don't you
don't have the
understand what's
power
going on?
yourself. You don't have the power yourself, right? Yeah, to
what's going on?
assume what other people have been led to believe.
Don't you understand?
You don't have
what's
the
going on?
ability to make claims for other people.
You what, Mark?
I just want you all to have a big sloppy kiss, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, me too.
You're just scrapping away about definitions and interpretations and all about this you character and who you does and you does that. I'm just fucking laughing my tits off, guys. I mean, it's all opinion. It's all belief. What
You're
the
right.
individual
You're right, Mark.
believes.
It
No,
is.
it ain't.
Fucking
No,
It is belief.
you
it ain't
believe
all
what you
opinion.
want. The other one believes
Mark.
what he wants.
Mark, it's not true, right? Yeah, there's a
It is
distinction
true.
between claim of
It is
value
true.
and claim of fact.
No,
No, it
it
isn't.
is true. What Mark just said, it's
No, it
true.
isn't.
Everyone's
No,
going to
it
have their
isn't.
own interpretation of it.
No, it
because
isn't.
Everyone is
Right, there's a
subject
distinction
to it.
between claim of fact. All right, if everything's a belief system, I'll pick up a rock and throw it at your head. You just believe it ain't gonna hurt. Let's see if it hurts.
No, because that's
Right. There's a complete distinction between claim of fact and claim of value.
You make
Claim of
up some-
value is a concept of the mind. A claim of fact, it doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not. It's going to cause damage.
And what if the individual doesn't understand what the word claim means? Then where does all that argument go?
Listen, but the point is, a claim
No,
of
answer
fact,
the question.
whether you acknowledge it or interpret
Answer the
it, believe
question.
in it or not, like a rock. Like, listen, I'm explaining it. If I pick up a rock, right, yeah, even if you can't feel pain, maybe if you're one of these guys in the world that has no receptors from the brain to consciously feel pain, nevertheless, if I throw a rock at your head, it's going to cause damage, whether you can consciously feel it or not, right? Right. Now, it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not, whether you can feel the pain in it or not. One way or another, that rock is going to cause damage. That's a fact. Right, yeah? Your belief structure in that fact matters very little, right, yeah? It matters not at all.
Can I reply?
And if you can't distinguish
Can I
between
reply?
claims of facts, whether it's in, if you cannot distinguish between claim of facts, whether it's in law or not, or claims of value, whether it's in law or not, then you're a lost individual.
Go ahead, Mark.
Right. Now, you may have that belief that throwing a rock at my head and it's going to hurt, and that's a perfectly valid belief. But I also
It might
have
not
the belief.
hurt.
I'll catch you later, Mark.
Let me reply.
You're misquoting me.
Mark,
I
I'll
never
catch you
said
later.
that.
It's better yet again. It's fuck the
Let me
hangout to
reply.
everyone.
I said it will
I'll see you
cause
later.
damage.
Don't leave, man.
Okay, cause damage.
Damage, Mark.
All right. I misspoke the correct phrase. Irrespective, I believe that if I see a rock coming at my head, that my belief of moving out of the fucking road will stop that from hurting me. All right?
Yeah, of
and
course.
it's my belief.
That ain't a belief.
Yeah, well, okay. So you're saying that your belief is that a rock will hurt me or cause damage if it hits me in the head. But I believe that if I see that coming, I'm going to dodge out of the road and it won't hurt me.
Yeah, that's if you see it. But you can be ignorant towards it because you might have your back turned to me.
Yeah, just like I suppose you could be ignorant to people that are in Parliament and the police and things like that, and they can do things not only to you, but also you're allowing it to happen to other people also, right? And that's the problem with authority, when people fucking believe in it.
No, you have a problem with authority. That's not one and the same as there being a problem with authority. It's whether you're able, on your own individual merits, to contest it.
Sure, I get that. All I'm saying is, it's not a matter of...
The thing is, Mark, if I took a rock at your head, all right, obviously you can move out the way of it and divert any damage, of course. But that's because you see it coming. You have actual game knowledge and wisdom to know to move out the way, right? Yeah, and it may be a belief. Knowledge is a certain belief, right? Yeah, it's actual, and you can see it right in front of you, and it's going to affect your immediate circumstances. That's what actual knowledge is. It's actual belief in the circumstances and facts around you. But if you're ignorant to the facts, it's still going to cause damage, correct? Whether you can consciously feel pain or not. If I throw a rock at your head, it's going to cause damage.
Sure, if I don't see it coming.
It may cause damage.
And the law, listen, hang on, let me finish then. When something is law, one sentence, let me finish. When something is law, it applies to everything. Like the rock at the back of your head.
Why does it? And who says so?
If there's a fact, listen, if there's a fact in law that you're ignorant of, it's still going to cause you damage, regardless. But if you see it coming, you may be able to avert it.
Sure, I get that. Just like whether or not
Okay,
you've
cool.
got your bit into the rock or not.
Right.
Got it.
So not all law is claim of value, right? Yeah, which is just a belief system. Some law is interpreting the facts of life, and it doesn't matter whether you agree with them or not. They're going to either cause damage, or if you see them, you're going to be able to avert damage by knowing about it, right?
Sure.
So the law is very clear on this, right? Yeah, within some of the written law, it will say what one ought to do, as opposed to what something is. When something is something, that's expressing or deconstructing a clear fact, whether you agree with it or not. When something ought to be something, it comes down to value.
Last time I checked, that opinions were not facts. Opinions are not facts.
An unrebutted opinion can be classed as fact. If it's an unrebutted...
Yeah, it's a considered fact. A considered fact is not a whole truth. Yeah, it will be given a function of power for that individual circumstance.
At the end of the day, it's still an opinion. It's somebody's opinion.
No, it doesn't matter. You're uttering words in English, mate. Right? Yeah. You're binding yourself. You're binding yourself to English.
Of course, it matters.
The words that you're speaking to me in right now. It doesn't matter as far as you're concerned, right? Yeah.
Well,
do you know why? You're uttering words to me right now in English legal.
So do you still believe then in politicians and that they have a right to control you, and they have a right to pass their opinions and say that they're law?
Show me anywhere in law it says politicians have the right to control you.
I'm asking you. I asked you about authority, and you suggest you believe in it.
Listen, you're asking me a question that only applies to you. It doesn't say that anywhere in law.
No, it should apply to everybody. Because at the end of the day,
but it doesn't say that anywhere in law. It doesn't say anywhere in law politicians have the right to tell you what to do.
But
it doesn't say that anywhere.
They do, though.
No, they don't. I have never had a politician come up to me and tell me what to do.
They pass laws.
I've never, in my entire existence, on this plane,
They pass laws. They pass laws that make you do things that you don't want to do, and they stop you from doing things that you do want to do. And their demands are always backed up by police using violence. If you disagree, of course they do. If you break
they might do for you. They might do for you because you're not learned in law.
If you break one of their many so-called laws, and they come to your house and they tell you to get outside now because they want to put their fancy bracelets on you, and you refuse, they will use any means necessary to come in your house and drag you out and even beat you. And if you resist, you could even
what part of the world are you from? What part of the world are you from?
What part of the world
you from?
Let me finish what I'm saying, right? We've
What
listened
part
to you.
That don't happen in England. That doesn't happen in England, mate. What part of the world you from?
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Of course it does. It happens
If
all
you've
the
committed
time,
a crime, now,
all over the world, my friend. It happens all over
too paranoid. You're a
the
paranoid
world, my friend. It happens all over the world.
You're a paranoid.
And if you're
ill, go and get some medical attention.
Here we go again with the name calling. Right? You've lost the argument. You've lost the argument. You've lost the argument.
No, I ain't lost no argument. You're ill.
If you won't come outside,
there is no bay. You're ill.
Right?
You're paranoid.
They will get you. And if you resist, they will beat you and either hospitalize you.
They'll only get you. They won't get me. They might get you because you don't know enough
murdered.
Law.
They will murder
they might get you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they might get you. Yeah, only you. You and people like you, but not me.
You're delusional about this argument. It's the truth.
Nah, you're on about yourself.
Well, I'll tell you
don't
what.
know enough law.
I tell you what.
You don't know enough law, so they'll come and get you.
Get in your car in England and drive down a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit and keep driving and keep driving and keep driving until cops actually come behind you, and don't stop and keep driving. And if once you run out of petrol, right, let's see what happens, what they do to you when you refuse to get out your car. Well, if you just sit there and say, no,
why would I do that?
know the law.
Why would I
know
listen,
the law.
So you're telling me to go out there and try and pick an intellectual fight with people, with servants of the law. Are you fucking?
Servants.
No,
You
that's
do-
that.
you
You're
do believe in
confusing.
slavery,
You're
don't you?
confusing, right? Yeah.
You do believe in slavery.
You're
You
confusing
do
insolence
believe
with
in
freedom.
slavery.
You're
You believe
confusing
in slavery.
insolence with freedom.
You're a slave.
You're
and you
confusing
want
insolence
You're
with
a
freedom.
slave. You're a slave, and you want everybody else to be a
You're ill.
slave.
You're ill. You've been programmed
You're
by
a slave.
YouTube.
You're a
You've been programmed
slave.
by YouTube, and
You're
you're
a slave, and you
No,
believe that
you are.
everybody else should be a
You are.
slave. No, you do. You believe
are.
that people have
You
power
are.
over you.
You
You believe
are.
that people have
You
power
are.
over you,
You
and they should
are.
have
No,
power over
you
everybody
are.
else.
You are. You think, right? Yeah, you think being insolent is freedom. No, you are.
It's
You're
got
the
nothing
slave.
to
That's
do
the
with being
hallmark of a
insolent, my
slave.
friend. It's
The
got
hallmark of a
it's got
slave.
nothing
The
to be.
hallmark of a slave is confusing insolence with freedom. See?
Thank God he's fucked off. Mark, are you there? He's gone.
Was he?
Yeah.
Did he get angry with?
What were you rushing back in for?
Oh, I was just coming back out.
You come
Fucking
running in.
run.
I was like, did he hear me shouting at him? I said, Mark, you there? Man, he's crazy. That guy's crazy.
I get what he was trying to say, but he didn't get what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that if I was an indigenous fucking man that lived in a jungle and someone came up and asked me to prove a claim of right or a claim of fact, I would say, what the fuck's a claim?
Exactly.
And that's all I'm saying to him is they're talking about legal definitions, interpretations, and words that are in a different language
Exactly.
I don't understand.
Shit that man has made up in order to rule every fucker else, and some people have jumped on the bandwagon and believed it, so they believe in it now, and then it goes to the...
There's authority over them.
Exactly. That's what it all boils down to. And he's one of them.
Belief.
Yeah, it's a
Some men
belief.
want to believe that two-dimensional pieces of paper have authority over them.
Yeah.
I choose not to.
Yeah. Some people believe that a man in a black dress who sits in a so-called courthouse, has authority over people, and he's just a man, just like you and I.
Yeah, 8 hours a day, that man Bob may be a magistrate, but the other 16 hours of a day, that man named Bob goes home, drinks beer, and eats food just like every fucking other person. He's no special.
No different.
Yeah, you know, like when I build a house, I put a septic tank in the ground and shit. Go, oh, you need a permit for that? Oh, really?
Why?
Who says that?
Yeah, exactly.
I just go point out the man or the woman, and the council will send you like, oh, you need this, you need to register your dog. Oh, really? So I just ring out the council, ask for the senior dog control officer, and ask Lee, who's a man that sometimes 8 hours a day acts in the capacity as a senior dog control officer. Just said to Lee, look, mate, you're a man just like me. We're equal, which he agreed to. So then I just said, so now where do you derive your authority over I?
Absolutely.
So he's on equal pegging from me. Now he says a person has to register their dog. Okay, well I says, well, I get that you're trying to put things into pegs, but can you tell me whether I, a man, have to register my property as a dog? Mm-hmm. And he goes, well, it says a person. I said, okay, so now we're talking about persons, aren't we? So, Lee, are you prepared to take full commercial liability for your words and actions? Click goes the phone. You know, as soon as you mention the word liability, they don't want to. You bring them back to the just level grounds with me. You're a man, you've got a name like me. Right, cool. Like I did with the cop that ran me over, you know. Right. Neil, you're just a man like me. And then he's even telling me he believes that he has authority over I, a man. Really? He might have authority over persons within New Zealand, but not over a man who's his fellow equal, like fuck he does.
No,
and while he's acting in that lesser capacity as a policy enforcement officer or constable, depending on which hat he's got on at the time, you know, he just needs to just realise that he's in the lower capacity. I'm at the top of the totem pole, mate. I'm the fucking man here. You're one of my servants or one of my creations. You're not the other way around. You know, and they just don't grasp it. They think, oh, the first time he had a costume on, he had his uniform, and the car that he was driving gave him authority over to pull me over.
It's
Really?
just so many illusions that because people have, from being at a young age and going to school and being brainwashed into, being told that this is how the world operates, this is how society is. We've got to have this. This is, the belief, like we've been saying, it's a belief system, and there's that many people that believe in it. It allows the belief to carry on existing, and they have no more right to put their hands on you than you or I do. The only time that you or I have our rights to put on hands on somebody is if they're, physically attacking us or physically trying to steal something from us.
And even then, you notice. You say, "Hey, you're standing on my toes." You give them a chance to back the fuck off. So even in those rules, you've got to say, "Hey, you're trespassing." If they continue to stay, then it's aggravated trespass. Then you can use force against their aggravation. So you're not going to just, if someone stands on your toes accidentally, you're not just going to out and bop them one. They might not have realised they were standing on your toes and go, "Fuck, that's assault. What'd you do that for?" And you could say, "Well, you were standing on my toe." And they go, "Well, fuck, prove it, mate. I'm not now."
Yeah.
Justify your actions. But if you gave them those, then both parties are aware of what's going on. They'll move, or then they'll get hit justifiably. It's that simple. It really is that simple. People just don't get it. And I get Batters going, "Who the fuck is this they? They have a name. They are Bob or Bill or Jim acting in a capacity." I get what Batters tries to say when he goes, "Who are they?" But it's the argumentative point that kills the whole conversation, if you get what I'm saying.
Right.
He'll, like the other day with Tom and the elite comment. Tom will go, "The elites around the world," and Batter was saying, "Well, look, Tom, do you realise calling somebody an elite is degrading yourself?" Now, I get what that Batter was trying to say, but Tom was only just trying to distinguish one group of mankind from another group of mankind. That's all it was. But Batter was trying to ring down his throat what he thinks the elite should be, and that Tom should damn well fucking take it in. And that was because Tom's perfectly well aware. We were all aware of what Tom meant. Batter just wanted to try and throw a spanner in the works and make people think, which is all well and good, but the wrong way of doing it. Do you know what I mean? Trying to give information, you can't force feed people. You have to make them, break it down and say, "Oh, okay, so this happened. Yep, okay," and then they'll tell you a bit more story.
It's the old adage, isn't it? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You can only give them the information, and you can't change the mind. It's up to them whether they want to change their mind and, take in the information that you said.
Hey, Tony.
I missed him. I was coming in to fucking have a pop at that slab.
It doesn't do any good.
James. I got a kick out of it.
I know, but you should really.
Hugs and kisses,
James. You should. It should be just like, I just, what I got out of it was that he believes in authority.
All right, Sarky.
That people have a right to. Certain people have a right, Tony, to rule you and I and Mark and James and everybody else on this planet, and it's wrong. Nobody has a right to rule any of us.
Yeah, I didn't get to answer that question, James, but James Fox, but to answer your question, no, I don't believe anybody has the authority.
Right.
Everyone else is saying fucking yes. I was going, what? You're all fucking
It's alright, because they're just not. They'll knock you out through the PC. They tell you that's what they tell you. They'll knock you out.
Who's calling me? Somebody's calling me.
Probably Matt.
No.
Matt's been trying to get in there.
Oh, he's gone.
Matt's been trying to get me?
No, Matt's been trying to get into this.
Oh,
yeah. Has he?
I don't have an invite.
He was in fives.
If you go down the YouTube,
I found it. Yeah. It's on the Hangouts. Click on the Hangouts and it comes up.
Oh yeah. But if they can't find it that way, they just look in the YouTube channel. Look down the YouTube subscriptions, and if it's subscribed to, I always put a link in the comments to the YouTube bit as well, so people can find it that way.
I've been called everything tonight, paedophile.
Fucking
God only knows.
It's really stupid, and that's what I said when I first came in this hangout. I said, "Why are you at everyone? Why is everybody at each other's throats when basically all of us we have a common ground of like a common agreement of certain things. We know that certain things are going on in this world." Well, that's why I asked the question about authority, because I kept on hearing this badder guy going on about fucking law and people being able to pass law and shit like this.
Yeah, it's the primary question. Where do you derive your authority over I?
Right.
Anything else, if they can't figure out that question, they've got no power. Fuck off, leave me alone.
What I kind of get right off them, off Badder and Teacup, right, is they're very well versed and very well read, yeah, in what they perceive as law, right. Now, the problem lies with them. Obviously, Jamie's jumped on this thing thinking the right. Now, but the problem lies is, where the problem lies is you are not part of the bar society. No.
You don't understand the language.
What you have to understand is a society can write its own language, and you are not privy to that language, and they do not have to explain that language to you. They don't have to explain anything to you. A society, in law, can write its own language, and that's what the bar society have done. Now, you can read that shat all day long and think, well, that's what that means, and they can go, well, actually, no, we've changed it now.
It's actually what they believe that it means, according to them.
I don't understand why people. I don't understand why people spend so much time on that. These people do. Like you said, they will.
That's their thing, though. That's they take this higher ground that, well, I know pro se and blah 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 blah, and actually, no,
knowledge
they don't.
Power to the head.
They don't, because you can walk into that court and say all that shit, and they go,
Yeah, and the next minute you've got a couple of goons, they've got their hands on you, in costumes, and they're dragging you off into a cell.
Just need to look what happened to Colin. They don't give a fuck what you say. They're going to do what they're going to do, and that's the end of it.
It's going to take a group of people that stand up for the person that has done no harm to anybody, to make them realize that they're not going to allow this to happen to this person, because there is no victim in this case, so therefore there's no crime. He's done no harm to anybody. It could be a speeding offence. It could be about, like with Colin, an insurance.
But those rules don't apply in that court proceeding, though. So no
I understand
harm,
that, but if 100 people showed up, Mark, right, and if the person started talking and they said, "Excuse me, you're fining this guy 600? No, you're not. We're going to get you because you're a criminal. We're going to take care of you now. You better reverse that decision." He'll soon shit himself when 100 people start walking forward to say that's criminal what you're doing, right?
I get what you're saying, but in the same instance, they're not. And you could say, in a way, that they are implying that they're doing that same thing with the massive police force and can impose and coerce the public to do whatever. But in the same aspect, I like to bring it down to the man, just down to the bottom level. So I don't think they have any authority to tell me what to do in the first place, and I don't have any authority to tell them what to do either.
Yeah.
That's the thing people don't get. You can't make them do something. The strength of numbers isn't going to force their strength of numbers. You've got a bigger gun. At the end of the day, you're in a Volkswagen. All right? And by that I mean military force, and they want to oppress. And it would take all that region of the masses to become, that the ant story, like thing where the multitude of numbers overweighs the protection. But
to say this, it kind of pains me to say this, but I think you'll see when Jamie goes to court what a court system will do to you.
Yeah.
It pains me to say it. It really pains me because I don't want to see that kid go to prison. Yeah. Whatever he thinks of me. Yeah. I don't want to see anyone go to prison for growing.
I know you don't. I know you don't, Tony.
I totally.
Whatever he thinks of me and whatever he thinks I've done or whatever. right? Because I've got the hump with that prick, his mate, yeah, whatever. But it pains me, and believe you me, he will understand, right? And that's why I said a lesson learned, yeah. And it will be a lesson learned. It will be a lesson learned to him. You can go in there and you can spout all that crap to them, yeah, and they will just look over the top of you, yeah, and go, take him down, and they will take him down, and it pains me to say it.
There's only one way. There's only one way that he's going to be able to get off with this, and that's if he's having a jury trial and he gets somebody that sat on the jury that decides to vote their conscience and say not guilty, and that's the only way he's going to. All this is going to get dismissed.
Yeah. Well, he is going to a jury trial.
That's the only way.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to conduct it. If you've watched his videos and if you watched him talk about how he was in court, he doesn't know how to conduct himself.
It's not a trial. It's not his trial by jury, though.
And plus, that jury is going to be an handpicked. Believe you me, that jury is going to be handpicked, mate.
It is. It is. But you know, sometimes people do have a conscience, or they've had a relative that has, you know, been busted for smoking pot or whatever. They don't, you know, they don't bring it up when in voir dire or whatever. You know, they hide that from the prosecutor, and then you know, with a bit of luck, he'll get, if it's a 12-man jury, with a bit of luck, he'll get one of those, and that person will say, not guilty. I don't believe this guy committed a crime. I don't, you know.
I'm going to tell you now, that judge is going to direct the jury, yeah, as he wants to, as he does. He's going to direct that jury. That jury aren't going to know that they are able to vote with their conscience. They want. You don't go when you go put on jury duty. You don't say, listen, if you don't think the law's right, you can vote that way. No one gets told that.
They don't, you're right.
Which you know was full well, James. You've done it yourself where you've tried to tell people that actually you can vote with your conscience here. If you don't think the law's right, you don't have to agree with the law and you can vote and say, no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
And you know full well that in America, people have done that and they took them off the jury and put other people on just to get the conviction. That's how we did it.
They don't even get on the jury because they let it slip about, you know, when they ask the questions in voir dire, you know, do you subscribe to any gun magazines or get any, you know, involved in any gun clubs if it's a gun trial? And they say, yes, okay, we're not having him on the jury because, you know, they see, you know, that as a problem. And if you get somebody that keeps their mouth shut and lies or says, I don't know what I subscribe to. I subscribe to that much stuff. I get that much junk. I get that much junk mail coming through my door. You know, I don't know what clubs I'm involved in these days, you know. Or, you know.
But then, again, like it boils down to the fact that you're not told that you can vote with your conscience.
Right, and you should be able to.
If you don't believe something to be... well, you can. You can. That's the thing, you can. And you are allowed to. You're allowed to, but they don't. They don't ever tell you that. You know, and people like me and you may know, but I have to say 99% of the populace don't know.
I tell everybody,
just they go, oh, God, shit, I've got to go on jury duty. I don't really want to do it, but
they don't want to do it. Yeah, they want to get off. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they don't understand.
I am. When I got sent the letter saying that I was required to do jury duty, I just simply asked for proof that I'm required to do fucking anything. They sent me back a letter the next saying that we have taken note that you didn't show for jury duty and that the judge at this point is no longer going to pursue the matter further. And so again, I didn't let that lie. I rebutted them back and said, that's all fine and dandy. I'm still waiting for my evidence that I require. And if the judge requires to do this, then you'll hit my fee schedule if you want to do this. You know?
I know that you didn't want to do it because, like, the word required in it, it kind of got you, you know, because you're not required to do anything. I would just basically do it just for the fact that, you know, I could set somebody free from the fucking tyranny that they've been dragged into court for.
It was going to cost me a lot to even do it. It was going to cost me roughly $30 in petrol a day, plus about $30 in parking a day to do it.
They don't give you any of that. They don't give you any of that money back.
they were going to give me, it was $31 for a half day, which can equal 10 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock at night. That's a half day, 8 hours. And then if the jury goes on to 10 o'clock at night, which they consider a full day, then you get $90-something. But then, of course, you get paid for more parking, and it would be 12 hours.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it would have cost me that, food, petrol. It would have cost me well over $50 a day to even go to jury. And they were only going to compensate me $30. So fuck that. You know, I just politely declined their offer and accepted things, provided evidence. And you know, I forget what I did now. It's 3 odd years ago, but I've still got all the paperwork. But what I didn't do is accept any letter from them and leave it at that. I always threw the ball back in their court. I always replied back, what they're saying is all fine and dandy, but I'm going to rebut it anyway, just so we're on the same page, because I'm not going to accept anything they say. Always. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I tell everybody, anybody that I know that's going on a jury, I say that, you know, when you serve on a jury, you have a right to judge the facts of the case, the law itself, and whether the law is being misapplied or not. And if you think that the law is unjust or being misapplied, then vote your conscience and say, not guilty. And you don't even have to give a reason why. You just tell the people in the jury room, I don't think this person's guilty. I don't have to give you a reason why. Let's not waste my time, your time, or this court's time. Let's get out of here and tell the judge that, you know, we don't agree, that you've got a hung jury, and that's it. Get it over and fucking done with. Get out of there. Don't try to convince anybody. Just stand your ground and say, no, I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not going to change my mind. We can sit until fucking cows come home. That guy's not guilty. Fuck you. That's it.
Wish people could
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
deal with peer pressure.
Yeah.
What the fuck was Badder on about?
We missed him, bastard. I missed him by a second.
I watched it.
This is live anyway, by the way. Yeah, because he thinks that basically people in costumes won't do him any harm. He knows better than them. He knows the law. Mind. I said to him that if the people in costumes think that you've done any harm to anybody, you know, even though you haven't, and they come banging on your door and you don't let them in, and they tell you to get outside and you don't come outside, they will, you know, bust in. They'll come into your house, they'll kidnap you, and they'll throw you in a cage. And he's, you know, yammering on, talking over, right? And I said, you know, these people, and if you try to defend yourself, you'll end up seriously hurt in hospital, or you could end up being murdered. And he disagreed. And he's like, nobody gets murdered here in UK. Where do you live? You know, there's something wrong with you. I'm like, man, this happens all over the world. You know.
He said you got mental health issues and you want to get some help.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I mean, where does he get this from that people don't get beat up by cops in England?
Do you know who it reminds me of? It reminds me of a similar guy that comes out as shit he did. What's he called? Fucking hell.
No, that wasn't it.
No. There's another guy who comes out with very, very similar stuff to him. Sensualist or something like that.
Santos Bonacci.
No.
Because there's Santos who does the whole, what is it?
Holographic sentience.
No, I don't know that one.
I even said
Mark Basagio guy.
Right.
No,
never heard of him. Holographic sentience. He's always calling people. He is calling good people out as being shills.
Yeah, I'm like said to him.
What the hell? You've got no basis to do this. You got nothing. It's in your fucking head.
I said, get in your car. Get in your car and do 70 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour limit, and keep driving until cops follow you, and keep going until you run out of petrol, and then don't get out of car and use your words of law that you're talking about, and see what happens to you when they tell you to get out of car after you've been doing 70 miles an hour through a 30-mile limit until your car runs out of gas, and see what happens. We all know that they'll smash window and they'll fucking drag him out, and if you don't matter what he says to him.
Yeah, you're right.
Because because on their paperwork, because their job and they're following orders that they've got within the ass, they have got the so-called power to do it. If you don't realise that, he is the one out of his fucking mind.
Yeah.
They believe they have the power to do it.
Right.
Oh, no,
No, they do have the power.
On the paper that they.
Well, they do it. They do it. They don't have the.
They
They
have
do.
got the
They
power.
do it. They do it, but they don't have the power really. They're just human beings, just
Well,
like you and I.
It's the illusion.
Yeah, they've been tricked.
The illusion.
That's stupid.
The illusion works for them.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for the onlookers that believe in it, that turn around and say, "Well, he must have been doing something wrong." Cops don't do that to people for no reason.
That'll be the upper class, graduated university entrant type people that have been indoctrinated even harder.
Yeah.
You know, that can't get a simple thing like if you go from point A to point B, there's nothing wrong with it.
So
Doesn't matter what speed you do.
You made quite a poignant point there, James, when you said, like about the jury service and you said, does the applicability of the law? You know what I'm saying?
Does it apply? Yeah.
Yeah, and I always ask that question.
Yeah.
But
you see,
does
does
the law apply? And,
no,
people kind of laugh at me when I kind of use this thing of like where I say, what the law applies because the law applies.
Right.
And then I sort of flip it round and go, well, actually, if I was to say, well, the law doesn't apply because the law doesn't apply, would you take that argument? And they go, well, no, that's madness. Well, it's not really. Well, it's not really because the madness is it's the same argument that you're making.
Yeah, it's a logical fallacy of basically saying, well, we've got to have laws, and we've got to have somebody making laws because it keeps us all safe. Well, no,
anyway,
it doesn't.
guys, I'm going to fuck off on knackered.
I'm going to have this. I'm going to have this bag and dust as well. But I'm gutted that.
Peace, man. Take care.
Yeah, have a good one, mate.
See you later, man.
See you in a bit.
So.
See you, James.
I'm not going. I'm just saying.
No, just fucking
James Bond.
Send a post to me today. Just call me James Bond. Fuck off. No, it's a simple question.
It is. Who has the right to make a law that says that you can do something that that says that you can't do something that you want to do, and who has the right to make a law that says you can't do something that you do want to do, right? If you're not doing harm to anybody.
My argument on it is obviously then they go well blah blah blah, and my argument on it is like, well, you sort of like dwell on this evidence-based system, yeah. Your whole system is based on evidence, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're to
foundation evidence.
Yeah, you have. So if you're basing the system on evidence, yeah. So you must have some evidence that the applicability of the law applies because the law applies. Could you just show me that evidence?
Now, if
I'm happy to believe it.
Well, here's really what they should say if they want to be truthful with you. Well, the law applies, Tony, because basically you're a slave.
Yeah, because it's magic.
We say so. Yeah, we say so, right? We are the authority. And you have to do what we say because you're a slave, and if you don't, then woe betide you. That's basically what it all boils down to, and that would be the honest answer. No, because apparently because slavery is. Yeah.
It's kind of ironic, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what it is.
I don't know whether was you in here when Zoltan was in here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
At some point, Zoltan was in here. Earlier.
Yeah, did you speak to him, James?
Yeah, I mean, I asked them all the question. I asked them all the same question, and Mark tried to say no, he don't believe in authority, but every time he did, that guy was talking over him. I mean,
Well, that Zoltan actually told me. He actually stated in a conversation to me that the law was magic. He said, "Yes, it's magic." When I did the does it apply because it applies because it applies. He went, Tony, it's just magic, mate.
It's magic to some people, I guess.
I was like that. I think the end of the conversation was nigh. Obviously,
I don't get it. Why do people think that some people's opinions are, you know, more valuable than
Because
what
we've been
they're?
brought up in societies that have classes. We've been in doctrines where there's a level, even from school, you get an A or a B or a C, and you're in a certain category of braininess or intelligence. From fucking day dot, mate, you're classed in some fashion as a Caucasian male. You're not just a man or a woman. You're a classification. Your nature, then your characteristics, and then your reputation. So by nature, we're all of mankind. Characteristics might be a black, white, fucking yellow, polka dot, whatever. Fucking, and then you've got your reputation by your profession and what you do and how you portray yourself in various different societies. So
It's a
you always just
demographic, innit?
It
You're always
rolls.
placed into a certain demographic, aren't you?
Bingo.
Mhm.
Yeah. Characteristics, classifications. Yeah.
Yeah. There's you know, it's like
And
people
what
say. People. I mean, you said to me, James. You actually said to me, James, if you came across a bit more eloquently, probably more people will listen. And I go, fuck off! I'm just what I am, and I am, and
Say
it
that
is what it
again.
is. You know what I mean?
Say that again.
If
If
you
you
could,
came,
you've actually said to me, if you did it a little bit more eloquently, maybe people would start to listen. And I just go, fuck off! I'm not interested because I am what I am, and it is what it is. You know what I mean?
no, but
And
you
it
can
doesn't
talk
mean.
though. You can talk, Tony.
Oh
You
no,
can
I
talk,
can't.
and you make your point. Quite good, really good actually. What you say.
I understand
It's,
what I'm talking about, and I understand. But
yeah,
I understand what at
yeah,
the
you
same
do.
time I understand what I am. You
Yeah,
know, I'm just me, and
right.
I don't want to
It's
be something
it's
I'm
this
not.
it's and it shouldn't be this way, but it does come across with people. It's the seriousness of the matter of the person talking, the way that they're talking, right? They say I can't take this person serious because ways, some of the things that he's saying and the way he's acting and stuff like that. And it shouldn't be
Yeah,
like that. I take people as they are, right?
yeah,
And it don't bother me, but I've known through past experience, listening to people and being sat outside of people when people have been talking and they've been saying things in a certain way, others have been judgmental and said, you know what, this guy does make
you
kind
look
of sense.
down the
Yeah,
nose at you. Yeah,
yeah, this guy does make some kind of sense, but I can't listen to him because of whatever reason type of thing. But
yeah.
it shouldn't
Oh,
be
I
like that.
so get that.
It shouldn't be like that. You know, like you said, you are what you are because who you are and how you want to be, and nobody should change you. You're Tony Meehan, and you act the way you do, and because it's your uniqueness. To
I've
me,
had it on air to be honest with you, I've had it on air off the so-called truth movement. You know, where people have gone. Where I've actually just been honest about how I am and my opinion, and I've said things and I've just been honest about, just been me,
yeah.
and people have gone, that's out of order. And I'm like, well, no, it's not. It's not. How can it be out of order when I'm just being myself and I'm being honest about what I am and how I perceive things? How can that be out of order at all? If you
Because
can't,
it stretches their belief system, Tony. Because it's something.
yeah.
It's foreign.
Well, I have said if you can't cope with it, you obviously need to look fucking long and hard in the mirror and think about what you're about. To be brutally honest, because that's what it boils down to. It's not about me upsetting you or whatever. Just me being honest about my opinions is what it hurts you that much. That's a sad indictment on yourself, really. It's not an indictment on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's they're still accepting what they've been told as they've grown up, and that these people are there to serve and protect us, and to keep people safe because they believe it. They believe in everything that they've been told from their parents, grandparents, school, peers. Anybody that's had an influence on them.
And you always get, who's going to call when someone's breaking down your door? Or who's going to there to rescue you? You go, well, probably myself first and foremost, because police don't come when they're called.
Exactly.
Exactly. And they don't actually have a duty, responsibility, obligation to turn up.
Right.
So the arguments door, isn't it? They can't just say, well, who are you going to call? There was a time when you did call a constable and he would come and help you. But if there's no money to be made, they're not going to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy over here in America, and he heard somebody in his backyard breaking into his shed or something, and he called the cops, and they said, well, it's going to be a little while before somebody comes because they're all, they're all busy. And so anyway, he gave it a few minutes, and he said, called them back and said, oh, those patrol cars, those cops that you're sending out, don't bother. I've just been out with my gun and the guy's dead. And then within like a minute, there was like 5 cop cars there.
Yeah, that happened over here where there was a cocky out rurally, and he rang out and they said, oh, it's going to take 15 minutes for someone to get out there or something or other, and then he just rang them back and said, yeah, 5 minutes later, and says, don't worry about it, I've just been out with my gun and solved the problem. And they were there fucking like that because now it was a firearms incident, it wasn't just a beer. Yeah, and they went for the guy. They didn't go for the burglar. They went to get him because he'd just gone and done something fucking wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, isn't it?
Well, they did that with that farmer over here, didn't they? Tony, somebody, and he got out in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
But they locked him up for a while, I think.
They had that over here where a guy had shot. It was a real high-profile case over here in New Zealand about 2 years ago. And the guy, apparently the surf or the wetsuit shoe or something that was the wrong size, and they'd thrown it out and moved house or something, and something about the evidence didn't fit, and the guy got acquitted out of it. He didn't get done, and then for some reason the lawyer that was the one working for the guy that was accused of all of this nastiness just drops dead outside his car door while he's getting into his car door in downtown Wellington. He made the police look like absolute fucking idiots. And within 4 months of that trial, that high-class fucking lawyer that had just done the impossible is dead because he made those cops look like shit. One can draw one's own.
I seen a film. And it's a true story, apparently. An Australian film, actually, Mark. And it's a true story about I don't know what they were, the armed robbery unit or whatever they were. And they were just snuffing people, man. And that's supposed to be a true story. And it was like 3 brothers. I forget what the film was called, but they just basically killed people, which is what they're pretty good at, really. I've always said if I never say I'm going on holiday, right? If I never say I'm going on holiday and you don't see me for a week, maybe they've got me. Maybe they've got me.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it's well, the way you've got to look at it is as well as if I always say this one as well as if I was to run a business the way the government runs a business, I'd be thrown in jail.
Oh yeah, you would commit so many crimes that in the eyes of the people too, not in the eyes of these people that wear costumes or the so-called politicians is what they go by, the government, just by your people around you, right? You can't go down your street, you and let's say there's 50 people that live on your street, and 10 of you decide to get together, right? And you said, right, that's it, we're forming a government. Now we need to go out neighbours and knock on door and tell them to, cough up 30% of the salaries for a week, otherwise we're going to take them and lock them up in, a garage somewhere. You can't do that, but these people can. Why? Because it's government. Because these are politicians that make these laws. They can do it, but you can't. And they can send people in costumes to come and do it. But you can't do that either.
I can't get my head around the indoctrination, James. I can't get my head around the way that people just can't think freely for themselves. I can't get my head around it, honestly.
Well, like I said, there's a book here. I'll send you a link to it.
Yeah, put it in the group chat, mate.
It's Larkin Rose's book, The Most Dangerous Superstition. Have you read it?
Yeah, put it in the group chat and I'll copy it and post it now.
And it talks about. It
I'll
talks
tell you what,
about.
James, as well. Put that other one. You know that other. Do you know that other one you were on about last night about the money-free market? Is it something?
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, put that one in as well if you want.
I've put that first one in there. The other one. Okay.
Copy it now. Oh shit! What have I done? What have I done?
Sweet. I now
One's
have.
One's a PDF.
Wired up to my multimeter, so I don't need a battery.
Cool. Both of them are in.
I got sick of leaving it
on
on my battery.
Nice one, mate. I'm just trying to find my post-it thing. Where's my post-it now?
Well, I'm going to give you a summary at book of what it says in end. It says, Larkin says his words.
Was it Larkin?
Larkin Rose, yeah. If you love death and destruction, oppression and suffering, injustice and violence, repression and torture, helplessness and despair, perpetual conflict and bloodshed, then teach your children to respect authority and teach them that obedience is a virtue. If, on the other hand, you value peaceful coexistence, compassion and cooperation, freedom and justice, then teach your children the principles of self-ownership. Teach them to respect the rights of every human being and teach them to recognize and reject the belief in authority for what it is, the most irrational, self-contradictory, anti-human, evil, destructive, and dangerous superstition the world has ever known.
Oh yeah, Larkin. I mean, I have to say, I've watched a lot of his stuff.
Yeah.
He's a very humble man, and he's very on point when
He doesn't fuck around with his words.
No, it doesn't, and it's not. And when you actually listen to it and you actually run it through your mind, it's not rocket science.
No. And the thing about it is, it's layman's terms. So, even the person that's just got a, high school education can understand it. They can understand words because it's written very simple. So there's no big, words that you need to get you need to pull a dictionary out to look at. It's very simple and but both books are there for you, Tony. So.
Yeah, I'm just getting my sticky note thing up now, mate. So I can. There we go. I've got it now, mate. Paste, and I shall paste that one as well. Oh, done it again like a pillock. Yeah, I wish people would just sort of. I don't know. I mean.
Pull their fucking heads in.
Pull their heads from up their arses, really, to be brutally honest. I mean, it's a bit rude, but
some people don't want to though because they don't like change. They don't think that things are too bad in the world. They believe everything that comes from government, and they believe what the television tells them or the radio or whatever they listen to. They never question it. They never question any of this stuff that that they.
It just hasn't affected them yet, mate.
You what?
It just hasn't affected them yet.
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying about. I was saying that last night. I think they've created themselves a bit of a. I think they really. I think I do personally believe that they've created themselves a really bad dilemma with the zero interest kind of thing that they've got going now, because 1%, 2%, 3% is going to hurt the people that they don't want to hurt. What they perceive as their core voter. You know what I mean? And it will 1%, 2%, 3% will tip the scales. I personally, I believe they've set themselves up for a pretty big fall, whatever. Yeah.
Well, my personal thoughts on it are that I don't think that voting it doesn't matter. I think they make people believe that when people go to the polls and they vote that their vote counts. I don't think that these people are so-called elected. I believe that they're already selected. It's just a smoke and mirrors to make people believe that their actual vote counts. I don't think it does. I think they've already chosen who they want to be. I know
you ran away.
I know you're not laughing at me when I said you're laughing at somebody that just came in.
Sorry. He popped in and popped out.
Who?
The not so confused one.
Oh, Zoltan.
Yeah. The one that put himself out to be a troll.
Oh, now Teacup started his own hangout as well. I think he was posting before, so perhaps he jumped on the wrong link there, Zoltan.
Well, there'll be 2 of them in there, then won't there? 3 of them or something. Like 3 fucking stages. I don't know. Honestly. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, James, I voted once when I was 18 because you did, you thought he was like, he's come back. The trolls come back.
Always
That troll.
You
nice
always
video. I've subscribed to you, Zoltan. Nice video. Put it on my playlist.
What video is this?
Oh, his little troll video of me.
Oh, that troll song with picture of you floating around the screen.
Very creative, I must say. Very, very creative. That's the reason I liked it. It's kind of creative. What was the purpose of that, Zoltan?
Probably not going to answer you, mate.
Are we speaking, or are we just mute tonight? You got anything to say?
Are you there, Zoltan?
No. Oh well. Don't want to. What's the word? Make yourself look a twat. I think you've done a pretty good job of that yourself already, mate. You know what I mean? I don't really want to be rude to you, but hey ho.
Oh well.
So anyway, what we're talking about? Oh, we're talking about politicians.
No, we were talking about
voting.
Yeah, we're talking about voting. I mean, I've not voted.
Yeah.
When I was 18, and I've never voted since. Because why would I? What's the point?
There's no
I love
point.
the way that you only have to look at. You have to look at question time just to see the pointlessness of it.
I watched that one with Russell and Farage and that the other day. That question time. Yeah, that was brutal. Way the audience knew what the fuck was going on. Even that kid asking. Yeah, bye bye, Zoltan. Fucking,
Oh, you've got to love it, mate. He hasn't even got the balls to say anything.
But so there's the disconnect there, and you've got people blatantly in the audience calling out fucking elected politicians, for Christ's sakes, fucking.
Yeah.
You're
giving that.
Hey Tony, did you see the bit where one of the ladies criticised the politicians about always shooting the messenger and not taking into effect what the message was, but just attacking the person that's making the information, right? And the very next thing out of Nigel Farage's fucking mouth was, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. But to answer your question, it's exactly what you just said.
Yeah, there's
see, what gets me is though these people turn up.
There's a word for it. I'm trying to think what they call it.
The belief that they are given some. It's just like, look, we're giving you this. Look, you're part of the process. If you know what I'm saying. Look, we're letting you be part of the process. Honestly, you know what I mean? And they're there going, yeah, look, I've managed to speak to somebody. It counts on national TV. No, it doesn't count. It's lip service, you plebs.
It's called cognitive bias.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
That's
Politicians, when somebody questions them, to get a proper answer. Why did you order the troops to go and, murder these people when clearly these so-called terrorists were no longer there? It was a wedding or a funeral or whatever, and you murdered all those people. Why did you do that? And then they start like name calling, and it's cognitive bias because it's used.
Yeah.
It's used as propaganda by politicians to basically
fulfill their deviant mindset agenda.
Yeah, it ends up being a technique to incite fears or arouse positive prejudice with the intent that invoking fear,
It is all about fear, mate. That's
It
the
is.
key thing. Once people understand.
Through fear. You lose the fear, they have no control.
I have to say, I do have to say, on the videos that I've done about the debt stuff, I have to say that people come back at me and say, shit, man, once you understand it, I mean, he said, a geezer actually turned around and he said, I'm not being funny, mate. He said, but if you can put them videos out there and just keep laughing, and he says, we're not bothered anymore. We understand there's nothing to worry about. And I said, well, I've never understood what you were worried about in the first place, but you know what I mean? That was the point, the whole point of the exercise.
They rely on the person who gets the letter. Once they read the words, the fear overcomes them, and then it then invokes either them making a phone call to the company, right, to try and work something out, or when they get a...
It's to get contact, and then once you ring them, you create a joinder through not knowing what you're doing.
And then they know then that you're at that address and you're at that telephone, and then if they do want to start any kind of court proceedings against you, they've definitely got some information that it's not it's worth their while in spending money on a court case to try and get you to appear in court then to obviously they're going to win the judge over because he's part of the monetary system. He's just a debt collector. That's all courts are. They're just debt collection agencies. And so once they find out where you are.
Lowell, after telling Lowell on the phone that they'd extinguished the debt and the Bills of Exchange Act, it was now their debt, and I wouldn't accept their terms and conditions to reignite debt. If they phoned me, I would have them arrested under common law, because the harassment is common law. It's a common law, There's also the Harassment Act, but harassment comes under common law as well. It's an arrestable offence under common law. I said I'd have this git arrested. So basically, they just write to me once a month now. They never ring me, and they never mither me, and I just light the fire with the pieces of paper.
Good job, you still got that fire. Good job, you still got that fireplace, isn't it? Otherwise, you'd have to take it outside and burn it.
Well, yeah, but yeah, as long as people understand that that's how it goes, and you can use it. I mean, if you're prepared to understand that, you can actually use their crap against them,
I did that with the Baycourt ones that were ringing up trying to find a person, and I just said, well, that's fine. If you believe I'm a person, just please put that in writing and get Mr. or Mrs. Baycourt just to verify anything for me, and I'm happy to accept any debt and settle any claim for value, provided you can. There's a verifiable claim, and that Mr. or Mrs. Baycourt can stand up and verify that for me in a court of record. If you want any of my products or services, I've already posted my fee schedule to you, so just any orders I'm more than happy to fulfill.
Yeah.
And the fun. Well, we'll take that under advisement. Right.
That's another one that always kind of gets me, is that people don't understand is that if they can charge you, you can charge them. You know, if you're gonna if you want to do business with me, well, you have your business expenses and I have my business expenses. It's a two-way street. You know, whatever you can do to me, I can do to you.
A
You know,
man's
and
time is worth something.
people don't sort of get that and think that it's a one-way street, and it's not actually. I wish people understand how powerful they are. But that's all I wish people would understand is how powerful they actually are.
Yeah,
And not as a
they give their power away.
yeah,
The
and
other
not as a, you don't. It's not even a collective thing. As long you sort of on your own.
I'll be back in a minute.
Just
Just going to bathroom.
Yeah, just understanding how powerful you are, just as you.
Yeah.
You know.
Another
Just
way I tend to find people don't tend to grasp either, mate, is is it these corporations that people are dealing with? They don't give a fuck about time. You know, they don't care whether it's a 12-month, 48-month, or 3,000-month time repayment schedule. Corporations don't have a fucking a lifespan. So you can accept any debt, like for instance, say for Colin, he could accept their claim for value and agree to pay them at 5 cents or a shilling a month until it's paid off, and then ask them if anything else of value that they would be happy to accept. You know, so he's giving them an offer. In all fair honesty, the best I can afford is a shilling a month or a shilling a week or something, and that's it. Done with. The debts, because they have to accept it or it's void, isn't it? They have
I wish
to
people had I wish people would understand that as well. If you offer, just offer. I mean, I've never in any of them refused to pay. Yeah, I've always asked, just show me some proof, and I'll pay you what you want. If I've got an obligation, if you can show me that I've got some obligation to pay you, yeah, then I'm happy to pay. Never created a controversy. They've created a controversy by not showing me the obligation that they perceive I have. You know, so to be honest with you, it's I just wish people would get it. I think more and more people are getting it, Mark. To be honest with you, I think people are waking up to the fact that actually you don't have to kowtow to them. You know what I mean? And you don't have to lose sleep over it. That was what bothered me, Mark. That's the reason I did it. People not sleeping at night, worrying. Fuck that shit. But life's not about fucking that shit, man. Life's about fucking living. You're here once. You shouldn't be fucking worried about what some fucking non-entity's doing to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what Leo, my wife, generally does. She stresses about money, and I've always found through the many years, mate, whenever there's no need to stress about it because something always comes along. There's always someone that rings up wanting doctor. There's always a word of mouth. We have never ever run into a big issue. Something always happens, and so I just told her, I said, "Why are you stressing?" I said, "Have we ever had problems in the past?" And she just go, "No." There you go then.
My missus was the same, you know what I mean? Yeah, she was the same. The first thing I got, was, "We're gonna have debt collectors on the door." I went, "No one is coming to the door." She, 3 months later, she's like, "Oh no." And now, if anything happens, she goes, "Can you sort that out?" Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Leah just she puts the pitbull onto them. She just gives me the phone.
Anyway,
are you hungry? You'd like some force feeding, and she passes me the phone. Darling, these people need some information. Oh, really? Let me give you some information. How much would you like? Oh, and can I take your order?
I know. It's,
fun, mate. And people
eventually,
mate.
Sorry? Eventually people will get it. People will get it.
Some will, some won't. Some will get it and dismiss it, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, well you're right, but what can I do? I'll just carry on. I'll just carry it. I'll just carry on the way that I am. It's always been this way. We're never going to change it. No, you're never going to change it if people don't come together and say no, enough is enough. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why are we Why are we harming one another the way that we're harming one another?
Mm. I had a good chat with a geezer today, actually. Adrian Ferranti, his name is, or something. I had a good chat with him today, and he was talking about debt and shit and what have you. And I just said, like, you know, the simplest way to deal with it is obviously, I mean, listen, you take whatever I tell you at face value. If you're bothered about a credit score, then go into take the terms and conditions and pay it. Yeah. If you're bothered about your credit score, I said, well, what if you've got yourself into a pickle? Why would you be bothered about your credit score? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's what's got you in the pickle to start with. So lose the credit score, understand how to live within your means. You know, if without debt, life becomes dead simple. You save if you want something, you save your money and you get it.
If you need something on a card, you use a debit card. That way you're not getting into credit, you're not getting into debt with something. You're just using a debit card, so if you've got money, you can use it.
Yeah, just stop being so. People just need to stop being materialistic. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I wanted something badly enough, I know I could save for it and get it. It might take me a little bit longer. It's this I want it tomorrow fucking thing. Oh no, I need it now. I need it now. You know what I mean? That's what the problem is. To be honest with you, to be brutally honest about it all, it's this I want it now. You know, and if people can get their heads around the fact that hang on, no, well it might take me 6 months. All right, well I can wait 6 months. You know, and get them. But at the end of the day, I'll have paid for it. I'll own it. I won't owe anybody any money. I'm the winner.
It's having patience, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah, to be honest with you, and understanding how simple life can be without all that shit. And to be honest with you, life does become very, very simple. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You know, it is very easy to live like that. As long as you're not a needy person. I think it's just people are just too needy, aren't they? But you get the TV, you know, this, boom, boom, and just getting fired at you from every fucking billboards, every angle is just getting fired at you. You know, you live this lifestyle, you know, live the dream, you know, you need this, you need that, you know.
Yeah, but you can't really blame you can't really blame
this.
That them. It's the person themselves that is doing the action, isn't it? They're taking the action to go out and get a credit card or get a loan, to do it because they've seen it, they want it, they don't want to, don't want to save money.
I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming anyone. You know, I'm just trying to make them understand when the shit hits the fan that if you take a step back and have a look at how it's ended up like that, to be honest with you, there's only one person you can blame: yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, and it's if you can actually step back and take that responsibility and actually go, shit, I was a dickhead. You know, it was my fault. Instead of going, fucking hell, then your life will become simpler and easier.
That's what Larkin points out. He says that the majority of people can't take responsibility for themselves. So what they do is through the superstition of government and authority and stuff, they assign it to somebody else. They would not go round and point a gun at their neighbor saying, you have to pay 40% of your income because it's for the what do they call it, the greater good. It takes care of society. But they'll allow these other people that call themselves politicians and these people in costume to do it.
Totally get it. Yeah, it's mindset. You just got to, and it's like I think someone said last night. Until the shit hits the fan, and it becomes you that's dealing with it. You don't. It's not an issue.
The individual that won't bother.
Yeah, it's not an issue, is it? But when the shit hits the fan, you're crying out, and you go to like. I mean, I've been to Citizens Advice. What the fuck I went to Citizens Advice for? I'll never know.
Well, you get some people
get some disinformation.
you get some people that have things, you know, happen to them, and they do. They get on internet, they start questioning why did this happen to me, and then they end up, you know, kind of in the same position that we're all in, where we're talking about this, knowing what's wrong, and you know how things have evolved and why it's like it is, you know, talking about this. But then you have people that have things done to them, you know, and they don't question it still, and they just carry on. Oh, it just happened. It's just something I just got to deal with. It's just a fact of life, and you know, they forget it. Just you know, they don't want to enlighten anybody else that it was an injustice, or you know.
Give me 6 years, you know. You know what? Give me 6 years when it's all gone away. I'll do it all again. Just for shits and giggles. And you know the ironic thing is they need us. We don't need them, so they'll let me. They'll fucking let me. They'll let me do it all again, and I will, just for shits and giggles. Because why not? If you're gonna be stupid, you know, I'll just show you how stupid you are. Yeah. And why not? Anyway, I'm gonna love you and leave you because I've got to go to bed because it's.
All right, mate.
I've got to be up in the morning.
Good talking to you again.
Always is. I'll see you soon. Hopefully, I'll get him when Badder's in next time. See you later, lads.
Thank God he's fucked off.
Hey.
I thought I'd get Jesus' words in. I'm not going to be long for it. I need to go and do something. What are you working on, Mark?
I had a positive lead on my 8 amp battery charger fucking broke on me the other day, so you know the wires they get all brittle and snap on you and shit. It just snapped off right at the charger, so I'm just putting a nice new wire on, and then I'll transfer it over.
Was it you that posted in that other chat that somebody broke into your car or something?
Yeah. Yeah, they stole my tablet and the fucking player out of the car because I left it unlocked. My stupidity, but you know I think it's safe at home.
But it don't make a difference though whether you leave your car unlocked. Nobody has a right to go in it, whether the door's unlocked or not.
Yeah, well we're at home and behind gates, and so someone's just come along in the middle of the night while the storm's been noisy, and that's what people do at night. You know, when it's stormy outside and you're hearing bumping noises, people just ignore it because it's a storm. But that was that, and then they tried to jimmy open a door, which they did just to find an empty fucking room. So good on them. So I've spent 2 hours fucking fixing up the door lock, and that's all working now. And I've put an extra bolt across it too, just to say fuck you.
No.
And then I'm going to install an alarm siren like that, with a permanent battery. So even if the power goes out, it's still going to fucking go. And I'll have that rigged up to a couple of switches on the doors and the gates.
Yeah.
And I'll just flick a switch at night time and it'll be live. And if I have any fucker try and do that again, I'll be straight out there to say g'day.
Yeah. I don't know.
But, third time in 18 years we've had some cunt try and break into the cars, you know, looking for small change or looking for something quick to nick off with.
Do you live in city or out in?
We're out in I'm surrounded by market gardens, mate. We've got like 3 neighbours probably half a k away from each of us, and that's it. So you know.
So you're out in sticks then?
Yeah, well, surrounded by market gardens, but I'm half an hour away from central Auckland. I only have to drive for half an hour and I'm there.
Right.
So it's rural, but it's just on the outskirts. But it's because you're rural, you're actually more likely to get robbed. You know, because you don't have a neighbour right next door. Yeah, that's what the cops said when they came like 10 years ago. My work van got about $5,000 worth of shit ripped off.
Shit.
I did the insurance claim on that one and got it all back, and then I got a bull mastiff. So we didn't have any problems for a few years. But back then, you know, I just made the claim and all was well. This time I'm not worried about it because I'm not going to be making any insurance claim, and it's pointless having the fucking pigs coming here. I don't like them at the best of times. I'm just going to set up fucking systems. I know I'm getting a nice CMOS, VGA camera for Christmas, and I've already got a rotating rotor cam outside that's on it. It's got a USB webcam on it that craps itself all the time. So now I'm going to hook up the CMOS camera and have that on permanent rotation, and that'll be on permanent record on the computer in the lounge. And so not only will I see them, I'll get them. And I'm also thinking about putting an electric shocker unit across the fence line at night time. Let them put their hand over that and try playing with it.
That'll get the bastards, won't it? Oh, what the fucking hell is that? Jesus.
Yeah, mate.
So I'm going to jump off here. It's good talking to you, though, again. And I'm sorry that you've had that bit of trouble. Fucking hell.
It happens, mate. Someone needy, no doubt.
Yeah. And we'll talk again. So,
Yeah,
take care, man. Peace.
You too.
Later.
Have a good one.
You too. Take
See you
care.
later. Yeah.
So he's certainly putting people's minds at ease there. Here at Parliament House, we haven't really noticed much of a difference in security, even though security was upped here a couple of months ago as part of the government's moves to improve anti-terror legislation and national security. Today we're not really seeing too much of a change. That was done several months ago, but as far as
police forces and their armed forces. We have people trained to deal with terrorism situations. Certainly the SAS has counter-terrorism unit. I believe one is based on the East Coast. Is that correct? And would they be involved?
They'd be on standby if they need to be involved, but the first line of response will be police. That's appropriate in this case. We've seen in other cases internationally where you've had confliction between police and military. It's gone badly wrong. That's what happened in Nairobi with the Westgate Mall siege. Once the military got involved, things went downhill very fast. We're not going to see that today. I'm quite confident very fast. We're not going to see that today. I'm quite confident that we've got a sort of multiple agency, whole of government response that's very well coordinated. They train on that coordination. They train together, and so I don't think we'll see anything of the military unless there's something that they can do. They'll be just hanging